point has seen an advertisement for some type of job and requiring particular sets of skills to do it. All six of our heroes have answered that call in various ways. And though a couple of them may have met and know each other a little bit, overall it's mostly a mystery. Um, so at some point, they have started their route to where we'll begin the game, Drum Keep, which you can actually find on the map of Corvair, which is in Breland. So here we go. On the road, there is a colossal storm that blows in from the west. It's heading eastward toward the moorland. Far from any major town, Drumkeep, a Breelish fort hedged between the Black Caps and Silver Lake, provides the only shelter. So there you travel, called there by a mysterious benefactor who has asked you to work for him or her. Villagers around the fortress are actually huddled inside the keep when you get there. It's hard for the guards to open the gates to get them back closed. The wind is howling. Rain is actually flying sideways through the air. The difference between you and the villagers, once you reach the inside of the keep where everybody is crowded around, is that you are not the average villager. Inside, though, there is comfort. The soldiers are actually providing bread, hot tea, and blankets for those inside to ride out the storm. They wear common clothes. They appear to be more afraid of the storm outside, now so powerful that hail is slamming against the reinforced glass of the windows, and the precipitation obscures your view of the damage occurring out there somewhere beyond the walls. Beside one of the windows, there's a notice board that you all notice as you've come in through the keep. Very large, very obvious. On it hangs various postings for help on farms, blacksmith work, and stable cleaning, all unappealing for the early adventure. Except there is a series of papers that catch your eye. Three wanted posters. One Charlotte Ohmsford, an elf pilot, and the killer of men. Another for Ugg Ugg, also known as the Beast, a rabid monster that eats all those who dare challenge him. And finally, a really, really big post for the great gang leader, Orlin Thistlecord, a brilliant but dangerous engineer and artificer who is wanted as a traitor to Breland. A middle aged man between 35 and 40 years old, wearing common clothes and sporting a dagger at one side and a thick black beard, introduces himself, walking up to each of you separately. He introduces himself as Amos Starlight. And while you're all not huddled together and you're in the midst of these villagers, he points to an area towards one side of the keep. Now, he himself is wearing ranger's clothes. He has a hood over his head, a sash across his neck, but you notice he has a thick black beard and a thick Brailish accent. But there's one thing that you notice in particular. After he introduces himself and simply points to the door, you notice displayed very prominently a green leaf brooch, like the one that each of you has been sent and asked to wear at all times. He slowly walks away after he has approached all of you to the area where the door stands, leading into a hallway, and he waits for you at the door. He tells you all to meet him in about 10 minutes and has instructed the guards at the door, beside the door, flanking the door, to allow you to pass through. And he ends by saying, "There's gold in it for you." What do you do?
I will go to the door.
So you make your way through the crowds of people moving around. They all seem friendly, still a little bit nervous about the storm, and they sort of nod their heads as you go forward until you stand beside Amos
Follow.
at the door. All right. So,
I have
uh,
followed.
excellent. So you also walk near the door. Amos sort of nods his head to you as you stand around. And interestingly enough, it seems as though no one really minds, nothing out of the ordinary. as you're standing around. They almost seems like that you're like anyone else there. So Amos now watches the room.
Analysis. This man appears to wear the same brooch as we.
He does.
Conclusion.
Would-
He should follow. At which point XR follows.
So a Warforged individual approaches yet another Warforged individual. And Aaron, you're still a shifter, correct?
No, I'm a dwarf.
You're
no,
trained to dwarf now. Okay, sweet.
I'm the shifter. Yuri is
Oh,
the
gotcha.
shifter.
Yuri's a
You're-
shifter. Okay, so
Yuri is the shifter.
gotcha. So we've
I'm
got
a more
now.
dwarf.
You're the dwarf. That's right. So we've got now a dwarf and two warforged standing by the door, and you all would notice that these are kind of crowded together beside Amos.
Yeah, if
So
Exar. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, as I had met both Yuri and Exar on the train, I'll look over at Yuri and I'll say, "Well, aren't you coming?"
Yes, I am with you. And with that, Yuri also stands up and follows Exar and the dwarf.
Excellent. So now most of you are there. Amos starts to pat one of his feet. He looks a little bit impatient, as if he's waiting for someone else.
Go around the room very awkwardly and scuttle my way to follow.
Okay, excellent. So you see a man sort of who stands a little movement and fluidly moving through the crowd, disappearing, and then all of a sudden he sort of appears beside you. You notice he has a mixture of features, both partially human and partially elvish.
I also make my way.
A massive dragonborn wearing armor stands up proudly and walks forward and stands with you as well. Amos looks around and he says, "Well, now that we're all here, come with me." So the guards beside the doorway, as you filter through into this hallway, where there are several sconces, where there are various, or where there are several torches lit, lighting the way. The other guards outside that door, protecting the people and helping move into the doorway, and everyone seems to be doing whatever they were doing before, talking and waiting to ride out the storm. So Aaron will take you, or Amos will take you around in this hallway, sort of in a semicircular pattern, and downstairs, where you're going to reach a very, very thick oak door. This oak door at the bottom has a giant iron knocker on it. And Aaron, or sorry, Aaron. Sorry, you say Aaron and Amos. They're alike. I apologize there. Amos grabs the knocker and he
Drunar.
knocks.
It's Drunar.
Is Drunar. He knocks several times very loudly. The door opens up, and there is a guard inside at the door who looks irritated and frustrated, as if he's just tired of putting up with something. And on the other side of the room, across a very large table that has a big map on it, you actually see a balding man with jet black hair that runs around the side, sort of like a donut with a bite taken out. That's sort of like how his hair is. That's also graying. He's wearing mismatched colors, a breastplate with what remains of cooked chicken running down the front of it. And he has one fake eye that looks to one side of the room, which never focuses on one of you when he is looking at any of you. He has, as you even enter the room, you smell this horrible thing that assaults your nostrils, and you realize it is this man's halitosis, which seems straight from the nine hells. He looks at all of you, or rather at two or three of you at a time, and says, "You want to earn a small pile of gold? I've got a job for you." And then, as I'm thinking about it here, I'm going to give you the handout for your first NPC, who introduces himself as John Stapleton. Since this is our first game, I'll note that there are things that you're going to see in the description at first. as you see it, and I will add things or change things or subtract things as the campaign goes from 1 to 20. So you only see a part of what you might see later on. But he is much, much uglier than this image actually portrays. So, did everyone? Can everybody see the Captain John Stapleton now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep. It came through.
Excellent.
Aye.
Now, if ever, I don't give you handouts just as a means of how, 'cause even for every single NPC, I do have a lot of NPCs in my games that have minor to major roles. So you won't know what kind of role they have sometimes until later in a session or even months from now when you've leveled up. But if they have any kind of importance at all, I do plug them in and I'll give you a handout that will change over time. Sound good? Awesome. All right, so everyone
Yes.
has the Captain John Stapleton handout. Now, John Stapleton, he's a human soldier, male. He stays in his office most often whenever he's at Drum Keep. So he looks at all of you after asking the question. So you want to earn a bit of gold, right? I've got a job for you. So we start chapter 1, the little gnome problem. What would you like to do here?
Yuri, with his sensitive nose, is staying a little further back than the rest from him, and is currently inconspicuously checking to make sure his brooch is attached properly, but is listening.
Excellent accent, by the way.
Thank you.
I apologize for the coughing.
All right, with the
All
COVID.
right.
Query.
Exactly.
Query. Can Captain John Stapleton please provide details about the task requiring completion?
He looks at you and he says, I can. So he rubs his mouth a little bit, a little spittle of that chicken that's on his face, walks around the table, and he points down at the map, sort of edging you to surround the table and to look at the map. Does anyone not do that?
No, even
walks
Yuri will
up,
come over for this. Maps are
takes a
important.
look.
Sure. So this is a rough map of the area, and by the way, everything that we do in the game has a location on the map somewhere that you'll have a description. And Drumkeep, like I said, you can find. You can also see the black caps if you decide to look at a map of Corvair. The Black Cap Mountains are sort of eastward of Drumkeep. So small rolling hills and mountainous area. Very rocky. He points to a place in the mountains and he says, somewhere around here. um, I believe Orland Thistlecord has rejoined his gang. I want you to bring him in, dead or alive. There'll be plenty of gold in it for you, straight from the Breelish treasuries. What questions do you have before undertaking this task?
Query.
Go
Who is
ahead.
Orland Thistlecord?
Orland Thistlecord is the most wanted man in all of Breland. He was an artificer who was a traitor to his own country, and he used to build. He stops a minute, he looks around. Devices for Breland to protect us from other enemies. But that little bastard has run away, started a gang up, one he used to run with before. We need him back, like I said, dead or alive, carries secrets with him that no one else should have. Other questions you might have?
What do you know about this
I
game?
want to know how many people are in his gang.
We think somewhere between 10, maybe 30 at the most. The worst thing, though, I'll warn you, may have seen the notice board coming inside. The wanted posters. 2 individuals in particular follow him. One Charla, one Ugg Ugg. The names don't matter. Charla is an assassin of the worst kind, bloodthirsty. She's killed 20, 30 men. We're not sure how many, but several of them guards. Most of them, some of the most excellent fighters from our country and others too. Then that brute Ugg Ugg, a full-blooded ogre. I don't know how he tamed the beast, but the man eats things, anything. Halflings, Dwarves wouldn't be surprised if you even chewed on that metal that you warforged are made of. Most dangerous thing I've ever seen. It's like a barbarian with no kind of end in his rage. The gang's dangerous.
Warforged units do not provide nutritional value.
Or he looks at you, says,
True.
he
True.
he slams his fist on the table. He says, "I don't care if you have nutritional value or not. I don't care if you poison the thing. What I want you to do is I want you to kill the gnome and I want you to bring his body back, or at least part of it that I can identify. Is that understood?" You hear a guard at the side over near the door cough. You hear someone else grunt a bit, noticing maybe perhaps over the side. Amos has his arms crossed and he looks at the guard captain and he shakes his head. The captain says, "Let me put it a different way. I'm a little bit irritated. I'm a little angry. I want this man in my possession. I need it now. I've already sent one group. They've been slaughtered. Then I sent a second group. The heads of them all sent back. One of them had chew marks on him, probably from that damned ogre. But I need proof of the death. Or, if you bring him back alive, that's fine too. Whatever you do, make the man, the little man, the gnome, make him hurt. I don't care about the people with him. I just need him dead or alive. That's all." Now, Amos here, one of our compatriots. Amos, you hear him maybe giggle a little bit under his breath. He scouted ahead. He'll meet you out on the road after the storm passes. And Amos immediately sleeks out of the room. "But I'll pay you 50 gold pieces each for Orlin if he's dead, 100 pieces alive each. And I'll give you 50 gold pieces up front. Obviously, we'll collect the gold off of your bodies if he sends anything at all back." How does that sound?
Acceptable.
Enough for me.
Yuri has a
Good.
question. What happened
Ask
to
it.
devices?
The devices?
Yes.
That's classified under Breelish law.
Good to know.
All you need to
Reply.
worry about is bringing by. Yes.
Reply. This unit accepts the task assigned.
Good. Well, if that'll be all, I'm a busy man. Let's see here. Let's see. Exar will not have to roll it. Oh, crap. Yuri, I did not write down your passive perception. I apologize. Can you give me your passive perception really quickly?
My passive wisdom perception is 10.
10. Okay. So you, Exar and just XR. So XR, you will notice something. So I'll just ask everybody just remember that XR will notice this, but no one else from your passive perception. One of the things you notice about his office is that things are a bit out of whack. You do notice that he has several medals that are displayed on the wall in a shadow box, but they're covered in dust. You also notice that there's paperwork all over his desk. It's old and it's dinged. Yet this man wears an expensive breastplate, has an expensive weapon, and he doesn't seem like the kind of guy that would write much. Could you roll me then since you would be the one to notice this, your passive perception? Let's see. Would you roll me an insight check?
Coming up.
First roll of the game.
All right.
It's a 14.
There it is. All right, pretty good. One of the things what happens is not necessarily that you notice or come to some epic conclusion, but what you do know is something important, and it leaves a question in your mind. And this is something you think you probably might want to remember. How is it that a captain who has all of these awards from gods know what, why is he in a backwoods fort helping a bunch of villagers? That doesn't make a lot of sense to you. You would think someone with so many accolades would be out somewhere else doing heroic things or leading armies. That is strange to you. But there doesn't seem to be any other signs why. But that question does stick in your mind. All right. Would anyone else like to do anything else before the storm clears and we head out on the adventure proper?
So what else is going around us?
So there's a guard still in the room, and then Captain John Stapleton is there as well, and he's just waiting see if there are any questions before you head out on your task.
And we already
I
know the general
want to
direction.
know if you have it. I'd like to know if you can supply us with anything we may need.
He looks at you all and he says, "Looks like you have plenty of tools to me. Hmm. I don't have any potions. I don't have any bandages. The only thing I have is a couple of pieces of rope and an old rusty knife. Have some rations you can take with you, but that's about it." Looks over at the guard. He says, "Bring these men some rations." Guard leaves, comes back just a few minutes later, and he has enough rations for roughly 10 days. So you can add an extra 10 days rations to your supply. Also brings one rope. He said, "Sir, we only had one rope. I'm afraid it's just a 50-foot regular rope, but hey, if you can use it, good enough."
Now, I just gotta say, back in my day, that 50-foot of rope, you could do some wonders with that. 50-foot of rope, and what'd you say you had? One of them daggers? Man, you
He
can
looks
feed the
at
world
you
with
and
that.
he says, "I've never heard an accent quite like that, but yes, yes, yes. You can certainly have the rope." So he'll hand the rope to you, Richard, and or to Panjed, and say, It's all yours." And then he
All
hands out
right.
the rations for everybody as well.
Character sheet added.
Captain Stapleton says, "All right, are there any questions? I have to get back to work. I'm very busy." Which XR you would know he probably isn't.
Hmm.
Much appreciated. You'll have a good
He's
one.
like, "Good. Don't get yourself killed.
I
Oh,
just walk out.
one bit of advice before you all go. Ugug usually is the first at line. Giant ogre. And when I say ogre, I mean actual ogre, not half ogre, not orc, gigantic ogre. Best to kill him first on sight. Don't let him get the upper hand on you. Good luck."
Is there anything valuable in the room?
Roll me a perception check.
All right.
Let's see. Yeah, this would be perception.
Oh.
Oh, so you look
Oh.
around and nothing really seems very valuable here. Most of it is just pens, papers, dried ink, that kind of thing. No gold or silver or any kind of money, jewelry, anything. If anything's valuable, it's the breastplate the man is wearing, though it looks old and beaten, and you're not even sure that it would be worthwhile to try to take it off of his body.
Bollocks.
I'd like to roll an insight to see if I feel he's being entirely truthful.
Sure, go ahead.
All right.
Mm.
Oh, wow.
Now
Ooh.
that's
a
what
great
I would
insight check.
call a starting roll. Yes.
Yeah, there you go. All right. One of the things you know is that you figure out this man has a tail. You've pinpointed exactly. You notice that the left side of his mouth twitches just a little bit whenever whenever he seems to be saying something perhaps a bit dishonest. So what I'm going to do for you here too is I'm going to actually edit in his sheet that since you found this, I'm going to put a little star there and say his tail is a slight twitch at the left side of his mouth. Only slightly. That way you guys have that for his character. And what you notice about him is that he seems to be hiding fairly well much of the what is going on with the group. He is definitely telling the truth about the devices. He is definitely telling the truth about treason. What you can't get a fix on though is that what exactly the roles are of these individuals. When he talks about how terrible Ugg Ugg is, or how terrible Charlotte is, or Orlin, or things like that, he's not telling the truth. You also notice he is definitely not telling the truth about those heads being sent back, or the bodies of these other adventurers being sent back. Unfortunately, you don't know why. All right. Anyone like to do anything else?
Question as
Anal-
to the amount.
Analysis. Warforged units do not require rations. Query. Would the other members of our company like to take 2 each of the rations allocated to this unit?
And this one.
Sounds fair.
That is
Right, so
acceptable. Food
yeah,
is
so
always good.
4. So 4. So that's 2 each plus there's an extra 2. So we want to just call it 2 extra rations per person, and then somebody can stuff the other 2,
This
I guess, in their bag.
This
Sure.
unit offers 2 rations to Amos Starlight, who will guide us to Orlan Thistlecord.
Excellent. So next time that you see Amos XR, you can hand those to him. So he would probably appreciate that. All right. So the guard sort of motions you out in the hallway. You go back down the hallway that you have come from before, and Amos is still nowhere in sight. And as you start to walk out of the door, one of the guards sort of leans in as you're walking out. You hear him whisper, it says, Amos is already on the way. Once the storm passes, you can meet him on the road. And then he goes back to guarding and he says nothing else. Though you'll notice also that he is also wearing one of those leaf brooches.
Interesting.
The storm will pass in just a couple of hours.
Sorry, Uriel's
And
question. Was Captain wearing one of those brooches?
he was not.
Good to know.
So you each are wearing one. Amos was wearing one, and this one guard was wearing one. After he says this to you, he noticeably grabs it off of his figure and he shoves it away.
I turn
Up too
around.
slow. I see you, brother.
He doesn't move or flinch. He just stares ahead and watches the crowd.
Still hold up a high five. He leaves me hanging.
He leaves you hanging. He does.
I walk away. Give myself a high five. Yeah.
All right. So you do head outside the keep as the storm has passed. You can still hear the thunderous roars of the storm as it passes eastward towards the moorland. And as you head out towards the outside edge of the keep proper, Ranger Amos will meet you there. He now sports a little bit more gear. Studded leather armor that's dyed in various shades of green, brown, and gray, with a furred hood that's over his head, a sash across his nose and his mouth, a light, small backpack that hangs from his back. At his waist, he wears a belt with numerous pouches connected to his left side. The same dagger's hilt pokes from a back of his belt, almost like he could come back around and grab it for a second weapon. And there's a thin bladed sword that's fitted into a leather scabbard on his back as well. He carries a finely carved longbow in his left hand. And I will now share with you Ranger Amos's info. All right, so now you'll have Ranger Amos's info popping up on your screen. Right, so you're outside the gate with Ranger Amos. What would you like to do at this point?
Draenor gives a little whistle, and out of the bushes comes this white and gray black badger and walks up to his feet, grunts a little bit, and I look down at him and I go, looks like we're going to have a little adventure.
Amos is going to reach down and bend down the ground. He pulls the sash down. You can see he's got this big grin and smile on his face. I will roll for this for Amos real quick just to make sure everything is above board. Let's see. And I'm going to roll at advantage for him. So he reaches out and maybe the badger kind of sniffs at him and kind of backs up just a little bit. And he looks up and he says, "Is this little guy yours?"
Yeah, aye, he's me little bugger. She'll be traveling with us. I hope that's all right.
"Oh, that's fine." He says, "Is it all? Do you think you can help him? I would like to make sure that he knows I'm okay." I can see he's a little skittish.
He's heard of the ranger
Oh,
danger.
she'll do whatever I ask.
So he reaches out again.
Everyone, this is Keg.
What
Hello,
up, Keg?
This is Keg.
He says,
Keg?
"Hello, Keg." Let's see how he
Say
does
hello,
again.
Keg.
There he goes. So Keg then sniffs the guy's hand and he pulls out some little berries and puts them in his hand. He said, "Here, little guy, this is for you." And Keg starts eating and he rubs him behind the ears, and Keg immediately realizes that he's okay. He stands up and he says, "So, don't pay too much attention to the captain. I'm supposed to take you into the Black Caps. Hopefully, you'll do better off than some of the others have gone there. Is there anything that I can do before we go? It's a bit of a journey till we'll get there."
Do you by any chance have any more information on these people?
Not much, though. Based on the brooches, you all received some similar messages. Unfortunately, I'm not here as an adventurer. I'm here as a Breelish operative, not the same as the captain. Captain's a little bit of a, how we say, not worth more than troll spit. But I do believe that the captain may not be all he seems. What I do know is that
I'd agree.
I'm sorry. Sorry. Go ahead.
I say I agree. I agree. There's something fishy going on.
Yes, something something fishy indeed. I don't understand why Thistlecore went to Black Caps. Doesn't make any sense. There's nothing there. But what I do know is that have done some scouting. Thistlecord's currently barricaded in a cave several miles to the into the Black Caps with several other people. What I do also know is that Charla Ohmsford has killed in the past, as far as our records show, but I don't think the records are correct either. The timing doesn't fit. What I also do know for a fact is that Ugug is an incredible warrior and is a giant beast of a thing. I don't understand, though. It doesn't make sense why they've gone there. There's nothing there. All that's there is a canyon and a goat path that leads out to the cave itself. It's dangerous, barren, it lacks any water in many places, hard to survive. But it's just far enough inland to make us have some difficulty. So, are we ready to set out? Or are there any other questions?
No questions from Anvil.
None from me.
Well,
Yuri
just
just
I'm
shrugs his
ready.
shoulders. He's ready
just
to
some
go.
general knowledge. Is there anything to watch out for on the way we go stuff? Like, sand traps, Keekle bears.
Yeah, sand traps, the ogre, perhaps some wild animals. We may or may not see them. They're in and out, just depends. The area is harsh. It's strange. But this time of year, with the storms rolling in, there could be a flash flood or it could dry out instantly. Weather is not your friend. Just watch out for the little things, the scorpions, the spiders, the snakes, anything that could bite. Lots of venomous creatures out there have to kill their prey pretty quickly. Usually, if you don't bother them, they won't bother you. So, yeah, I don't think we'll have to worry about much. Just anything that Orlin can throw at us. Though something still doesn't fit. I can't place my finger on it. Anything else?
Analysis. If our company may find itself in battle, it might be helpful if we know each other's names and tactical advantages. This unit is called XR by humanoid companions and plays a role of battlefield support in combat. This unit saw very much action during the last war.
Amos, before anyone speaks up, he looks at you. He goes forward and he sort of slowly and hesitantly reaches out his hand, and almost like he wants to shake, but he's a bit anxious about it.
XR shakes his hand.
He grabs your hand like firmly on the wrist, and then he gives you this hug, right? And it's maybe the most emotion that you've ever noticed someone give you being a warforged. And he said, "I'm very sorry. I was there too. I lost both of my parents during the war. Perhaps if we learn to trust each other at some point, of course, we'll have to prove it to each other. We can share those stories. But I understand." And then he sort of, he maybe kind of dries his eyes a little bit, strange because he seemed, tough and ironclad at first, but it reveals a bit more of his character. He says, "Sorry, memories. What else? Anything else before we get on the road? It's a long journey, and I want to make sure we make it there before nightfall."
Query. This unit would like to learn the names of his companions as well as their tactical strengths.
Anvil
I
also saw
I've introduced. Go ahead.
Anvil also saw large-scale conflict in the last war over several different campaigns. Served as units armor and frontline support.
What was the name?
Anvil.
Thank you.
Amos
So-
says, "Veterans. Interesting."
I'm a veteran, but not of your war. I'm a veteran of Sol Udar. The Dol Udar battle, the fight below, in my homeland. I've fought as both combatant and as support from a distance. I know a bit of arcane skill, and I believe that if all else fails, I use my axe. But I have other skills that I'm hoping may be helpful to us as well.
Amos says, "By the gods, you may have had it worse than anyone else. The Delkir, you say?"
Aye, nasty bastards.
He goes and puts his hand on your shoulder as well. And he says, "I am sorry, but I'm glad you've lived."
Aye, we fight, we live, we will take back our lands.
"And you never leave a man behind, from what I hear."
No, only the dead ones. The enemy dead, not our own.
He laughs a bit at that. Who would like to go next?
I am Visar. I do not know of such war because I was not in it. I have come on this journey to gain riches and wealth. I don't trust easily, but I do think we as a group will be very hardy on our adventures.
Okay, Yuri, how about you next?
I am Yuri. I am artificer. I put things together. They do things. I take things apart sometimes too. He says. But yes, I am here looking for something. I don't know what it is, but when I find it, you might find out. And he smiles, like he's very, very like big and welcoming while he's saying all of this. But yeah,
All right, that just leaves Panjed.
All right. Well, since we're all doing this, apparently, uh, I'm Kabaran. So my people came over back in the day, and I worked my way up, just kind of through the farming, and then working for the church. Found myself working as a fighter for the clergy. Called myself a paladin, I guess. Then one day, well, most people call it kind of foolish thing that's happened, but Thelania talked to me, um, in my dreams. Actually, it wasn't a dream, and I thought she was a tooth fairy at first because she left an old wooden tooth underneath my pillow. Well, once I saw that tooth and I saw the holy symbol inside of it, that closed raised fist, I knew I had an objective to go to. So I set off, found my way towards here, dig this little cool brooch on the way, and here we are today.
Amos's mouth drops a bit, and he says, "Are you saying that you saw a holy symbol in a tooth that led you to be a paladin?"
No, no, no. Was a paladin, found a tooth. We got nothing in our rooms at the church. So I mean, it was the only thing that showed up in the room overnight. It actually was more like news for the entire um, estate.
Amos says, "I once heard of a man who saw a holy symbol in a piece of bread, but I will take it at face value. Okay. All
That
right.
was just a misshapen oven.
Now that we've all know each other, we have names. Let's get on the road." So he
Richard,
actually.
what kind of weapons are Panjed carrying?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Say what?
Sorry, what kind of weapons is Panjed carrying?
Oh, I'm carrying a battle axe and a shield.
Cool, thanks.
Yep. Rockets and chainmail.
I like your axe.
I use it for the trees, but enemies work too.
Chop them down.
Amos says, "Okay, can we please get going now? I'd like to get on the road."
I can tell you about that one time. I chopped down all the trees, and the whole King's people got real, real mad. But I just kept on chopping. I'm walking now wherever Amos is going. Just keep on
As you walk past Amos, he looks back at the rest of you, and you see him mouth, and then he gets ready to say something, and then he just turns and walks, shaking his head, following Panjed down the road. He walks past you, and he says, "Actually, we're in the opposite direction, Mr. Panjed." And he turns and he heads a different direction as you continue to tell your story. All right, so here we go with the next part. So the goat path winds through the black caps like a snake, eventually opening into an eroded valley. Often it's hard to keep track of where it is, but you manage to find your way, and suddenly the path dips downward into a valley about 30 feet high and about as much wide. There are a few boulders that are scattered about in the valley floor, as well as tufts of long brown grass, but mostly it's dirt. You spot a few scorpions scurry away, and then you see a snake basking in the sun. You hear a deep voice complaining, though calmly, and you see a large figure up the valley proper, sitting down. I'm going to switch you guys to your first map. And usually I don't use fog of war. I usually use dynamic lighting, but just to hide something if I need to on the map from you. So I'm going to go ahead. Is everybody on our next map just to make sure?
Yes.
Yep, looks good.
Excellent. All right, cool. So this is just some minor things. Usually, again, I won't use fog more often. Oh, did I just do that? Don't do that. Technology, awesome. There we go. Okay, so you see, come on now. It's something just had a glitch here, strangely enough. There we go.
You tried using Roper to fix it?
Yeah, I'm trying to click on the object here, and it's not letting me do it. There we go. Sometimes my internet likes to glitch out and be like, "No, you can't do that." All right. So you see a massive ogre standing, or rather sitting, just over by this rock. Now, as you look at this ogre, He's actually got his back hunched up beside the rock itself. He's definitely a full-blooded ogre. He's huge. He's wearing long pants with no shoes, a knitted shirt. You notice the biggest two-handed mace that you have ever seen in your life that is propped up beside the rock. So can everybody see down the way there? See Ugug?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Here's the
Yep.
weird thing. He's wearing a pair of oversized spectacles and he's reading a book. Every once in a while, you notice he licks his thumb and he turns the page. He makes no qualms about sitting there as he is reading. What would you like to do?
I'd like to see if there are any traps placed.
All right. So you will need to roll a perception roll to see if you see anything up the way.
I look at my companions here and over at Amos, and I go, not the type of ogre I'm familiar with. Reading?
Okay, and Logan, Vicinus, you don't notice any kind of traps, anything looking up the way, anything out of the ordinary. At least not from any kind of distance.
All right.
An ogre continues to read.
Anyone here got an objection to talking to him?
Negative.
He does not seem to be the threat that the captain made
Amos?
him out to be.
Try it out. I don't read those.
No.
So.
Analysis. Appearances can be deceiving. Reply. Addressing the creature to negotiate our passage is worth a try.
You must keep on our
I
guard. if
agree
we
with
try.
you, XR.
Caution is advised.
Amos.
You hear.
Amos. What?
Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm curious what Amos's thoughts are with a reading ogre.
All of a sudden, you notice that Amos has disappeared.
No shit.
You hear
Are dead?
and see that the ogre stands up. He looks towards you and puts, without even reaching for his mace at all, which is still beside the rock. He puts both hands on his hips. Then he removes his glasses and he looks down the valley, sort of like a scholar or a teacher who's pulling off their glass to make a point, and says, "I can still hear you down there. You know, ogres have excellent hearing, and some of us don't appreciate being talked about in the third person when the third person is actually present. So if you're going to come down here like a bunch of gentle people, and let's have a conversation. Or should I get the mace and we just whack it out? I mean, we can go either way. I don't really care."
What's your name then?
Well,
I'm walking
shanks-
up to him.
I will approach as well.
I look around it as them three go forward. I look at everybody else. I'm like, fuck it.
Yeah, Yuri will stay with group. Makes the wisest choice.
Forgive me. I'm used to playing the caster. I'm usually hesitant.
I think I'm going to hold back just a little bit.
It seems prudent to be here.
so he looks down at all of you, and he takes his glasses and he sets them into a little pocket into his knitted shirt. He puts his hands on his hips. He looks over at the mace and he looks at you. Doesn't look frustrated or angry at all. And he looks down and he says, "Okay, who are you? What do you want? Etc. etc." He motions his hand around, waves his hand around, and says, "Please start talking. Let's not resort to violence if we don't have to. My name is Ugug, and I am an ogre. I understand that I've been reading, which an excellent book, by the way." And he looks down. He says, "A philosophy of the Dalkir and how they may relate to new farming practices in the Westlands. I don't agree with the man's thesis, but I think he is a neophyte scholar. At any rate, I digress. My name is Ugug. I am an ogre, etc., etc. What do you want?
Very intelligent, I see.
Does he happen to be wearing a leaf brooch?
Ugh, ugh.
He is.
All right
Mm.
then. Good to know.
Okay. Um, Out of character, DM.
Yes.
So when I received this leaf brooch, initially, are you okay if I had cast detect magic on it and would be
Yes.
able to know if there was anything? Okay. So
Yes.
had
N-
I detected anything initially?
There's no magic in it at all. It's just a very finely carved leaf
Okay.
brooch. And in fact, if you would like to roll me a, let's see, I'm trying to think here. It would be a knowledge check. I'll allow, if you would like to tell me if there's any other knowledge you can try to glean from the make of it, because you're an artificer, right?
Yes.
So so either
Um,
artificers
Yuri
could roll
is.
this.
Yeah,
Yuri
Yuri is.
is.
I am an artificer. Yeah.
Okay, so the artificer could actually roll some type of knowledge check, and you can give me an idea. I mean, I'm pretty open about what kind, as long as it fits pretty well in the role play. Trying to figure out, like, in terms of like construction, if you'd like, so you know that it's not magical, but you might be able to tell a little bit more if you'd like to try that.
All right. Would you prefer Arcana
Could I
or?
try it?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. You do that one. I was wondering if a history check would also be realistic to see if there's anything known about this type of brooch.
Sure. Why don't you both roll it, and then depending on rolls, I can give you different information that would fit the story. All right. So we got a history 15, and Yuri, go ahead and roll yours as well, and then I'll tell you both what you know.
Oh, did it not? It shows up on my screen.
Oh,
It did.
yeah, I've
good.
got a
I see it.
13 there
Yeah.
from Ian.
Got it. All right. I just saw it above Aaron's there. Okay, um, so let's see. We'll start with Ian. What Yuri's going to know about this is that from Arcana, it doesn't necessarily mean that these kind of symbols are passed around. Um, with arcane as an arcane focus or with arcane knowledge, but sometimes they're used for groups of scholars who might know each other to identify like cloisters of scholars who might focus on similar types of research. They choose different symbols. The symbols don't necessarily fit what the research theme is, but they can use it to identify each other if they're out and about, sort of like a secret handshake. Sometimes they're very knowledge, and sometimes they're very public. What these symbols would mean too. So it doesn't necessarily mean that they're secretive or they're public, but they're used in that way. Aaron, what you would know is that, and that's specific to scholars. Aaron, what you would know is that based on the carvings and everything here, that you would know that there are a lot of secret societies who often use these, but they use them more than they would be used for public use, historically speaking. So that's what both of you could gauge by studying these leaf brooches before you've met Ugug and the adventure begins.
Okay.
Right, and
So
we would have probably
I'll
shared
look
that
up.
on the.
Wait.
We would. Sorry, just one thing. We would have probably shared that on the train. No.
No, yeah,
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
agree.
Okay.
Sure.
Cool.
Agree.
Okay. So
So
Ugug stands before you.
and yep. Personally, I'm gonna look way up because I'm a lot smaller, and I'll go Ugug. Name's Draenor. We've been sent to kill you, but I don't believe that's the right thing to do. I see you wear a brooch similar to ours. Can you share why there would be the the desire to see you dead by a man with the name of John Stapleton?
You see his teeth grit when you say that word, and he says, "All right, those are actually two questions, so I'll answer them in order. I don't know who sent the brooches. only that someone is trying to tell us something or gather people for something. I know perhaps about as much as you do based on the question. However, John Stapleton is how would the smaller folk, the humans, the dwarves, the elves say it? He is what he says something in the language of giant. Does anyone speak giant by the way?
Nope.
I do not think so.
Nope.
So it's a very guttural sort of sound that he voices. He says he looks around and he says, "No one speaks my language. I'm not surprised." He says, a rough translation of the phrase, "Captain John Stapleton is a dickwad."
Mm.
Yep. Know that one.
I know the name Dick. I know the word Dick Rod. Yeah.
Yes, it's such a vulgar term, but it sounds less vulgar in the giant. So,
Reply. This unit has been tasked with apprehending the fugitive Orland Thistlecord. Analysis. Ugg appears to be a sentry. Conclusion. It is unlikely that Ugg will allow this unit and its companions to pass without violence, contrary to Ugg's statement.
he says, "Okay, I can understand that. I'm large, I'm an ogre, and you're making an assumption, Mr. Warforged. I would imagine that people make assumptions about you as well, being that your kind were created for war. However, you have approached me without attacking, so perhaps you are more wise and more understanding than those people assume based on your looks. Would that be an accurate assessment as well?"
Analysis. Unknown. Reply.
Hmm.
This unit has not been tasked with eliminating the ogre Ugg. This unit's mission is to apprehend Orland Thistlecord, if alive, if possible. Query. Will Ugg allow this unit and its companions to pass unmolested?
Ugug says, "Well, I certainly do not want to molest, fight, or argue with any of you, and your assessment would be fair. However, I'm more than happy for you to go that way. You see, yes, I have battled many, many, many people and monsters in the past. And as you can see, I do wear the same brooch as yours, and I can understand your distrust, but you can certainly pass by. There is but one problem that does not involve me at all. However, I will tell you why I will allow you to pass, and that I am actually not a sentry after all.
Hey,
You see,
sorry, just a real quick
what
question.
what a strange accent. Yes, what is your question?
I'm draconian, so it's just one of them things. Not Dragonborn. When we were told to come find you, I don't know if there's some other fella named Uga, because we were told you were quote horrible, and I just got to say, you seem fantastic.
He laughs and he smiles. He says, "Well, thank you very much. For a red dragonborn, you seem fairly kind yourself. Look, I'm just going to be frank and honest. Uh, let's just forget the mace there. Let's think about this as reasonable people. I am not a sentry. I know it looks that way. I am not. The reason I have the mace is to protect myself. I have fought so many horrible things. I have fought dragons. I have fought trolls. I have fought evil people. I have fought evil warforged. However, I have an intense phobia of undead. And, gentlemen," and he turns and he points down the way, he says, "there are undead that way. And my ogre ass, as you might say, is not going that direction until they're cleared out. No, I mean you no harm unless you are here to actually kill me and want to do what Captain John Stapleton wants you to do. As far as the second question that was asked earlier about Orland Thistlecord, yes, I am friends with Orland. No, as you've probably heard, there is no quote unquote gang of any type. But his story is one for him to tell, not me. Now,
Query.
if you want to, oh, certainly.
Please describe the nature of the undead abominations that lie ahead.
Well, they're trying to kill the men and women who are inside the cave with Orlin and Charla inside. We don't know why they're rising up, but we have a theory. However, I don't know much about undead. I try to stay away from them as much as possible. Give me anything else, sure, I'll run in fighting. But I don't do undead. They give
Query.
me the willies.
Query. Has Ugug observed the
Uh,
undead
they
abomination?
Have I observed the undead what? I'm sorry?
Abominations.
Yes, I have. They move slowly, they are rotting. They are all facing and focused on the cave. They're not very smart things. Perhaps you can take them out.
Query.
are
Ugug mentioned there
they
are
Carnathy?
So you start with XR, and then who else was trying to talk?
I was asking if they could be Carnathian creation.
Ugug says Carnathi undead. No, I don't think so. The Carnathi undead move quicker. They're armored. They have purpose. They work like intelligent soldiers. No, these are as well as you all say abominations.
Ugug, I
Query.
do have a question.
Go ahead.
What is your history with our main man, the captain?
Well, I'll tell you what. You go clear out the undead, and we can all have a nice little chat. You will have my word for whatever it's worth that you will not be attacked by me or any of our crew.
Query.
Sounds fair.
Ugug mentioned that
I'm
there are additional humanoids inside the cave that may require rescue. Is this correct?
This is absolutely correct.
Query. Approximately how many humanoids are currently trapped inside the cave?
Well, we have Charlotte and Orlin. Currently, there are 10 individuals on the crew.
Do you know how many undead we would face?
I can't tell you. The last I saw could have been half a dozen, could have been a dozen. Once I saw them, I ran away.
Well, I haven't had a fight for a while. I'm up. Maybe fun.
We should
This
help these
unit-
people.
Sounds like a task I can do.
Agreed.
This unit's prime directive is the destruction of undead abominations and the necromancers that create and cavort with them. This unit is eager to dispose of said undead.
Ugg says, well, fine. That sounds fantastic. Look, really like to keep reading my book and staying away from the things. Like I said, they are very much focused on the cave, which is on the other side. So perhaps you can get the jump on them if you're quiet enough. If not, you can blow through them. Just let me know when you're finished.
Yeah, okay, will do. Is there any way I could get a vantage point, or could I see them from this far away? Or is there like too many bins?
So, Ugug, are you asking? Are you asking him that, or are you asking me
Well,
that?
if it's common sense enough that it's too windy for me to see from down here, I was going to ask him if he could lift me up. I'm just not. I don't know what the scale is here.
So Ugug will say to you, that's an excellent question. I understand. You have to know the terrain. No, actually, what happens is the way will straighten out in about 100 yards, and then opens into a small field with some grass. It's surrounded by cliffs. Very large cave right in front of you. Huge cave. I mean, it has to be big enough to fit well. I won't tell you what's in there just yet. You'll have to see it for yourselves. But there is a cave there. But yes, I mean, it turned the bends stop and move straight. Yes, does that help answer your question?
Smart and mysterious. I like it. Thank you.
He laughs a little bit. He sits back down. He pulls his glasses out, put them on, and he reopens the book and continues. Licks his thumb and turns the page. Well, good luck to you. Please don't die, and God's speed.
I start walking.
Cool. All right,
Uh,
I've got your character's copy,
Folks,
so we're
whoa! Get back here! Get
All right.
back here! We need a little thinking before we rush into this.
Oh yes, that's right.
Now,
That's right.
if you want to go in guns blazing, I can't promise that I'm right behind you. So let's talk this out. Sound like a plan?
Oh yeah, yeah.
All right. Anvil and is it Panjet? I'm not quite sure.
Panjed.
All right. You guys appear to be our muscle, correct?
Affirmative.
Appreciate it.
You're gonna go in. You're gonna basically be mano y mano undead, so to speak. XR and Yuri, you have distance attacks available, or do you want to get in the middle of it, Yuri?
Yuri is much better up close.
Okay, then Yuri, I'll let you get right into the mix of it as well.
Appreciate.
Vicar, is that what you? Yeah, you betcha, my friend. Vicar, how do
Yes.
you approach battle?
I like to observe first
you have
before I make my
range?
move.
I think we all need to do that. Are you a ranged weapon? Are you looking to get in close? How do you prefer?
I'll start out ranged if possible, but if I need to move in swiftly, I have weapon that can take on that task.
Good. Okay. Me thinking we try stealth to see them before attacking.
My middle
We
name.
assess situation. Perfect. In fact, if you want to try to do some recon, come back before we all see the entire group. I'm assuming their focus will be on the cave entrance. Perhaps you can get more info the most stealthily possible, bring it back to us, allow us to determine a little bit more our mode of attack, or maybe
That's
we can get some surprise.
I'll do what I must.
Now, I'm assuming that Sneak Amos is around here somewhere, just kind of in hiding, or perhaps has some type of invisibility cloak or something, the way he disappeared.
Can I
If he
perception
could
check
hear
Amos?
us, maybe. Yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
Is there any way anyone has the ability to potentially figure out if someone is around us in hiding?
I don't.
I do
Well,
not.
I've got a 50-foot rope. You take it one side, it's only so wide.
Wing
as
it
space is.
around, see if. Yeah, let's stretch it across the valley, and if it hits something, we know he's there.
Analysis. Captain John Stapleton indicated that the role of Amos Starlight was to guide us to Orland Thistlecord. Captain John Stapleton did not mention Amos Starlight taking a combat role.
Oh, good point. You're smart. That's quite possible. He may have left us. May not even be involved here. All right,
You hear
people.
you
Oh,
hear a
wait.
voice from above on the cliff, and there's Amos standing, sash on his face and longbow in hand. He looks down and he says, "So this is the great Ugg Ugg, and you're all standing around talking."
Yeah, he's pretty neat.
You got a problem? You got a problem with that, Amos?
No, no problem at all. And he laughs. He says, "And as far as the undead, there were three. I put arrows in their head, but there is someone you should meet." From down the way
Well,
walks
that-
2 individuals, a woman
Oh,
and a man.
well, what do you know?
I'm impressed, Amos. I don't impress easy.
The woman is she's wearing a wide brimmed hat on her head, fine dark colored clothing. Her skin is a dark auburn with slight reddish tint. Her eyes are large and brown, though her grin and her nose are both thin and small. She's quite beautiful. She wears her brown wavy hair long and untethered. There's a rapier with an ornate silver hilt that hangs at her side. You notice that she has pointed ears and also similar human traits as well. You imagine that she must be a half elf. The smaller individual is clearly a gnome. He stands about 3 feet tall and sports a finely trimmed white beard that stretches ear to ear, and his bright green eyes exude a very deep kindness. He seems to have a deeper purpose as well. Now, despite a proclivity for finer textiles on his body, he does wear a leather belt with numerous tools and a sash with flasks containing different colored liquids. He also has a dagger in his hand, but he doesn't look as if he's trying to be threatening, rather defensive. I'm going to show you both individuals here. So you'll have them in your journals of Orlin Thistlecord and Charla.
Oh, cool. Oh, this is a cord. That makes sense. Okay. This is a cord.
Orlin says, I mean no harm. I am thankful to your friend on the cliff there for taking out the zombies who were in front of the cave. But we don't have a lot of time. I see that you each wear the brooch. Our mystery individual has contacted all of us. We don't have the capacity to do what we need to do here, but it seems like we're all on the same side. May I come forward?
Keep watch.
Yeah.
Affirmative.
Go ahead.
So Orlin walks forward just a little bit. Ugug steps back and he takes up his mace in his hand, and he looks like he would hit anyone who touches Orlin. Orlin says, I don't want any trouble. Our crew needs help, but there's something more going on. Who sent you here?
Captain John Stapleton.
Trying to think what a gnome would sound like. Listen, John Stapleton is not the man you think he is, and I'm not a traitor. I know that that's what people say. So I'm not a combat expert either. But the person who sent us here knows our higher purpose. He must, or she must, whoever it is. I'm going to tell you what we have in the cave. If you decide to take me in, I'll go peacefully. Ugug says, no, you can't do that. And Charla says, no, you can't do that. We can't be separated. Orlin says, shh, it's my choice. He looks back at you and he says, I'll go quietly. I'll go alive if you want to take me. But there's much more going on here. In the cave, perhaps 100 yards from here, I have got what I've been working on for most of my life. It's an advanced airship. Inside the caves, there is an entrance to an old temple complex, something that I've been researching for a long time, something I thought was there, something that could be connected perhaps even to the Mournland. But I need someone to retrieve something from the dungeon. I believe that inside those caverns, through those doors, and inside that temple complex, that there has been research of some type to create a special type of elemental gem that will allow our airship to move faster and stronger than any airship in any fleet in this world. I've been developing it for years, and the reason that you think that I'm a traitor, the reason Stapleton says that I'm a traitor, is because I've been blackmailed for years by the British government. So, what will it be? Would you like me to go with you? Or would you like to try to help us?
I'm very intrigued on that gem you speak of.
It has no monetary worth like a diamond or a ruby. It's a powerhouse of an elemental being. If you've ever seen airships before in the cities or flying over the land, the strange glowing ring that's around them, it's power that comes from an elemental gem. It houses an elemental itself inside the gem. Somehow, I believe whoever was here before us was able to put intensive energy from some type of powerful elemental, perhaps something stronger than any of us have used before. I've also used the ship's design itself to flow that energy into an energy ring in a much more efficient way. If I'm right and we can power the ship with it, we could go twice as fast and be more maneuverable than any other airship out there. But Breland wants it for itself. You can assume why. There are a bunch of war crazed individuals.
I see.
So, what is it going to be?
What do you know about the cave? How much do you know about it?
Very little. We've explored to the entrance of the temple complex itself. I believe it was some type of cult lair. I don't know what they were using it for, but the research seems sound. There's nothing towards the entrance of the temple complex itself. The entrance is actually hidden inside the caves. You can go all the way there, but once inside, I can't tell you. What I do believe is these types of temple complexes with energies that flow through them the way they do, they can be full of any type of monsters, undead creatures from some other realm. I don't know. But the promise that I have to you is that I will give you my story if you will help us.
Exploring temples is more of Yuri's style than arresting gnomes. I would like to see temple.
Same.
Yeah, my character
As
would
do I.
definitely help.
Orlin, do you know anything about these brooches we were all given?
I don't know. Someone reached out to me saying they needed my skills for something, saying they'd discovered something, but I don't know who. They said that they knew the truth about me and Charla and Ugug. We're not criminals. We're not a gang. We're the crew of an airship. I'm an inventor, for God's sake. I don't have any interest in any of that stuff that they claim that I am or that I've done. None of us. I mean, look at Ugug. He's an ogre with a penchant for reading books. Ugug says, well, if you're going to be judgmental, I would really prefer. Charla says, shut up, Ugug. Not now. Yes, ma'am. Orlin turns to Charla and he says, obviously, I can understand your trepidation. However, I can tell you this. Charla, give it to them. Charla says, Orlin, no, we can't. Orlin says, yes, give it to them as insurance. Charla says, all right. She reaches around her neck and she pulls a small slot with various indentations in it. And she holds it out and she says, take it as insurance. You can tell she doesn't want to, but she holds it out anyway, dangling this little metal cylindrical thing hanging from a chain.
What's its purpose?
What is it?
She looks around and she says, you don't know? Orlin? Orlin says, it's the key to the airship. It won't work without it. So we were essentially stuck here without your help.
Cole, can XR do an insight check? He wants to know if Orlan strikes him as trustworthy.
Absolutely.
I'm going to give myself guidance as well.
One of the best ones. Yeah, there you go. Nice.
Oh, yeah.
So, not only is he being seemingly completely honest with you, he seems very concerned every time he's and worried, like almost like a mother to a child worry. Every time he says the word crew, Charlotte, or Ugug. Though when he talks about himself, he doesn't seem concerned. He's just focused on them.
Orland Thistlecord analysis. Orland Thistlecord appears to be an honest, trustworthy person who cares for other beings. This unit offers to assist Orland Thistlecord in retrieving the elemental gem. This unit is curious to learn more about Orland Thistlecord's story.
Orland says,
I
and you'll
agree
have.
with XR.
He says, and you'll have it all if we can all get out of here alive. All right. He says, okay, so, or sorry, okay, so here's what I can tell you. If we're going to do this, we have to do it right. The elemental gem that you're going to see somewhere, I believe, is connected to some type of fire elemental. They're very wild, and most of the time it's very difficult to actually contain them into elemental gems. Whoever did this would have had to contain something that's an elder elemental in a very small gem. It'll glow brightly, it'll be orange, yellow, red, and light, and it'll almost hum if you find it. Now, here's the other thing. You're going to need to find where it's being, not only where it's being kept, but you're going to have to find a particular symbol. These different elemental gems have symbols that allow you to hold the elementals in place. Once locked in place, it works fine. So what I have here is I'm looking for my handout for you here. Here you go. Is the a little cloth that I found in my research. He hands you a square piece of cloth, and anyone can take it here. I'm going to assume XR, since you're the closest. Would you like to take the key so Charla's arm won't get too tired holding up for you?
No problem.
Awesome. So you have the key to the airship. And then Orland, I'm going to put Orland right here, and he's also going to hand you the. I'll put both of them up here in front of you. Orland is also going to hand you a square piece of cloth. It's probably about 8 inches wide by 8 inches wide, and it's a red cloth crudely cut from something larger. It's also very dusty, very old, kind of stiff. It depicts in rough terms a brazier and an object jutting up from its center. The gnome claims that this symbol will be found etched into whatever holds the essence needed to power his ship. And I have the handout for you for that. So you can see what that little piece of cloth is going to look like. So everybody got it?
Yes.
Cool. All right. So you're going to be on the lookout for that. He says, so I found this in my research. It's from an old torn tapestry that was thrown away somewhere in an archive, but it seems to match what we're looking for. It's very similar, but it's an older type of magical symbol. If you find something like this, then this is where your elemental gem is going to be kept. The elemental gem will not hurt you to pick it up. It is stored. The energy inside will not be released without the proper technology on the airship itself, or unless you hit it very hard. Please don't do that, because if you do, it will explode and it will kill all of you in a wave of heat and fire. Okay. While trying to hand the keys over.
So while they're talking, I've been standing next to Ugug, and I look up at him and just kind of say, if we get a chance, I'd like to talk to you a little bit more on your opinion of that Delkir technology you were reading about.
He looks down. He says, little dwarf, if you survive and we take off from this wretched canyon, I can tell you all about my readings and experience with the Delkir. We perhaps have knowledge of them that would be interesting to both of us. Does that sound fair to you? He sticks
More
out
than
like his
fair.
pinky. He sticks out his little pinky as if to shake your hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'll
You,
grab his pinky with both of my hands. I
with both of
believe
your hands,
probably.
and he sort of
And
shakes very gently as you do. He smiles and he says, "I can see we perhaps have much potential for friendship, but let's get out alive first, shall we? You have the key, as Orlin gave you. You have the cloth. I wish you luck." Oh, and by the way,
we'll
he
take you.
reaches down. He pulls out like a little tiny pouch. He says, "Some adventurers came here before and thought it a good idea to attack me. Um, I threw their bodies behind the rock. They didn't even give me a chance to talk, but they had a couple of these little healing potions on them. Perhaps you would like them?"
Indeed. Be happy to
Um,
take them off your hands if you don't want them.
Certainly. He says, "There are only two that didn't break, but they will be useful to you. We'll make sure everyone is safe. The crew is not our crew is not a fighting bunch unless we absolutely have to. So, but I think we'll be okay now that the undead are dead again, whatever that would mean. So, at any rate, good luck." So he hands you two common healing potions, 2d4 plus 2. So you anyone can have, or you've got them. So Drunar. So
I'll
go ahead.
I'll uh, I'll turn to the group and say, if you don't mind, I'll hold one. But if there's another one out there, another one of you that want to hold the other one, I'm more than happy to share.
I will take it if you don't mind.
Yeah, I'm good.
I think that's all right. Here you go, Vicar. You hold the other one.
So Vicar, you take it, and you notice he does a little flourish, and then it kind of disappears from his hands.
What?
Is it Vicar or Visar?
So his name, his full name is Vicinus
That's
Fraumir, but people call him the Vicar,
Vicar.
Okay.
Okay.
like a
The
priest.
Vicar.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
he's not a priest, but that's his nickname.
No, that's legit. That's cool.
Yeah, I'm leaving it up to so Logan. Logan's this is his first game. We've been working on his character sheet and stuff, so I'm leaving it up to him to decide why his nickname is the Vicar or Vicar, like a priest.
Man, if you become
Right.
preacher and kill a god, oh man, it'd be awesome.
All right. So if everyone's ready, we can do one of two things here. We've been in an hour and a half. We can take a small break, or we can jump into this first little fray. It's up to you guys.
I would like to ask
I'll take a quick break.
question before we go.
Yeah.
By
Uh,
quick, you mean like 2 minutes, or do you mean?
Oh
Like,
yeah. Maybe yeah. I usually try to give everybody a chance to take a bathroom break for like 5 minutes or something if anyone needs one. If not, we can keep going.
I'd like to
before
fill up my drink, but
yes.
that's all the time I need.
Yep.
When we come back, I would like to ask a good question.
Sure. Okay. So let's take a 5-minute break, and then
Yep.
you can ask your question. I'll go. We get back, and I'm gonna go pee and eat my breakfast bar, and maybe get some more water. All right. So 5 minutes. It's 9:03 now. So 9:08. We'll continue.
All right.
Whew.
Hey, Stokes, are you there?
Yes.
What's the image on your character? I mean, like your little pane down there.
One moment, I will have to pull it up. Because, truth be told, I don't remember where I have it saved.
Do you not know what it is? It looks like some kind of a medieval thing.
It is, and evidently I lost it on the.
I can't hear.
You gotta be kidding
Hang
me.
on.
Crap.
All right, there we go.
My first summer of graduate school, I translated medieval Latin chronicles that kind of look like that,
Okay.
but longer.
I will have to find it because, as far as I know, I don't have it on my phone anymore, which is going to
Logan,
pose a problem.
well, that's all right. I was just curious. You know, I see
Okay,
like
Nick.
a chronicle or historical piece, and I'm like, oh, what's that?
Yeah.
Logan, you enjoying your first game, Logan?
So far, it's been pretty interesting.
Just wait.
It gets better.
I'm excited.
It gets a whole lot better.
Stokes will tell you that I have all kind of little things everywhere that have meaning,
Uh-huh.
and
Yep.
lots of twists and turns.
And just
Wait,
for Matt, go ahead and say I'm sorry for being stupid.
I'm in the writing process. I'm writing level 11, starting at level 11, because I have like these broken up pieces. So you've got different chapters. So I'm on chapter 5, which is level 11, and it's in the Moorland. And that's where you guys are going to start getting into the Moorland stuff, because all this stuff is going to peak out.
Hey Cole,
So-
the picture is actually on my laptop. I'll have to, spend half an hour booting that potato of a piece of electronics up. But shoot me a text, remind me about that. I'll get it fired up, see if I can't hunt that image down. Actually, you know what? I might be able to do a Google search. But if I can't find it by the end of the night, just shoot me a text, remind me, and I'll
Yeah,
dig
sure.
it up. It's gonna be a
Okay.
friggin' excavation, to be completely honest.
I'm almost done with my breakfast bar here. I don't want anybody to hear me crunching as we're trying to play.
Oh, good.
Get
I'll just
that
tell the
done.
group that Cole loves it when we try to create modern science using old science rules. And just letting you know, there's been an anime out called Dr. Stone that I've been taking notes from.
Oh Lord,
Oh, crazy.
I'm already guessing what's about to happen.
I threatened him for a while on I'm going to make plastic a thing.
You've
Oh my God.
threatened that. You have threatened that in the last like 3 or 4 games that we have played. I'm
And
still
this is
waiting
why
for
you
it to
don't
actually
play
happen.
with a chemical engineer. You don't play with a chemical engineer for that reason. Well, if I research it, would I know what these polymers would do if I put them together? Dude, you don't even know if the word polymer exists in the world, right?
Or it's like, oh, so you're saying that eyeglasses are real. Okay. Well, that means that some other stuff happened to have that
Hey,
happen. So
listen, I can tell you as a historian, eyeglasses have been around for a long time. Okay?
I'll just pick up something else. Don't worry. No, I'm
Mhm.
just kidding.
All right, there's a URL, Cole. DM'd you.
Gotcha.
You
I'll
will,
check it out.
You might also need to accept said friend request.
Yeah. probably do that.
All things considered.
Will do. All right. Is everybody back? We ready?
I think so.
Finished.
Good here.
Yeah.
Dave, you back?
You betcha.
Awesome. All right, here we go. Okay, what I need you guys to do here, what we're going to do is we're going to go into the cave system. We're going to get to the cavern. So the cave system, I'm not going to go through an explanation of what it looks like because let's just be honest, it's a cave. Far more important things to do. All right, so what I need to do, what I'd like you guys to do,
Do we
I'm
see
going to
those
set.
3 undead that were killed?
Oh
at
yeah,
the entrance?
yeah. You will see them if you like to check their bodies. Then they will have. I'm going to pull up my dice roller here. They are going to have 1, 2, 3. They are going to have 8 copper pieces on the bodies.
Maybe we should pause at this point and talk about how we want to do party inventory.
The dreaded conversation.
Yeah. Is there
All right.
keep the inventory?
So historically, Richard, any game that Richard and I have been involved in, even if we started with more of an individual inventory for each character, it all just sort of devolved into one massive party inventory, a la
Okay.
socialism, and then if
Well, and also weight limits. I end up being the strong character that can carry stuff.
yeah, that
Salsa.
too. But it
But
wound
y'all
up
open to
being.
do whatever you want.
Say what?
Yeah. Yeah, we in every game we've ever played, that's what everyone's done. But you guys can decide to do whatever you want. I'm happy whatever
Yeah.
the majority wants to do. You guys can take a vote on it, and then whatever the majority wants to do, you can do it. And in the other game I'm actually running at this time, they have a communal pool. But if they ever find something like their character really wants, they'll roll for it. So that might be a good way to do it too. But again, I'm
fine
open to
with that.
suggestions.
I'm fine with
When comes first?
I'm
Yuri
happy to
is. Sorry, go.
No, you go.
Yuri is very fond of communist ideal. We can do it that way.
I'm also very fond of that.
I prefer the Soviet weapon systems, but let's be honest.
I am looking for nuclear vessels.
Back in the village, we had this thing called a co-op. So
Is there a volunteer to actually keep track of the money and the stuff? And sometimes we luck out, and there's somebody who gets enthusiastic about doing that.
Need to be somebody who can make sure that they're here for most of the sessions, just to make sure we've got it.
That's fair.
I'm there in heart,
Um,
not in reality.
Dwarfs like treasure. Dwarfs like money. This dwarf will maintain a list of inventory, and if they would like, can keep it a tally under clips and highlights of what we've collected and what we have available.
That is more than acceptable.
Is that Aaron?
Okay.
As far as attendance goes, as long as this game continues to run on every other weekend cycle, I should be good.
Same here.
At least until June or July, I think. Because at some point in the coming months, my company is shipping me over to Italy for 2 months. So that'll be a thing.
Well, let's live in the now, baby.
Yeah.
That it will. All right. So, all right. So it seems like we got a good plan of action here. I'm gonna look at one little thing for like half a second, and then we're gonna jump into some crazy stuff.
Real quick, I'm just trying to get info. Glass Madra, is that Aaron?
That's
Yeah.
me. That's Draenor. Yes,
What's your character name again?
Draenor.
Draenor, thank you.
Drannor.
Awesome.
Draenor Narathun.
Draenor in, got it.
All right.
Draenor, where's your badger right now?
My badger's at my side, like she always
Cool.
is.
Oh,
Gotcha.
you had Keg. Okay, cool.
All right. So
Yep, kegs me familiar.
All right. So could I get everybody to put your characters in a marching order that is 3 squares long, 2 squares deep?
If you ask me, I think our bigger, stronger individuals towards the front, or maybe front and back split.
So 2 tall and then 3 wide. Yeah. So
So
two,
Ugug
two,
up front.
Ugug's not going with y'all.
Ah, come on.
How about Amos? Is he coming?
Amos will jump down off the cliff and he says, I'd like to keep an eye on our newfound friends if that's okay with you. And he looks like
Oh,
he can
Amos.
handle himself.
Understood.
He says, don't worry about the
All
ogre.
right, so it's the 6 of us heading in.
Gotcha.
I'd say
Okay,
that looks like a fairly
cool.
safe
All right, so I'm going to put you in the same order,
marching
but
order.
two tall and 3 wide. They look good. So that same thing, but just horizontal.
Is north the direction that we're moving?
Yes.
Okay, so I want to be up front somewhere.
Well,
Yeah.
when I put you on the next map, you're going to be
Gotcha.
going into something moving westward. Yes.
10-4.
Okay.
Gotcha.
That works.
Cool.
Before
Awesome.
we head
All
on
right.
out,
Yeah.
that question for Ugug.
Okay. Question for Ugug.
That the history between you and Captain. Are we still holding off on that, or since everybody's now here?
He says, as far as the history between me and the captain, yes, we're going to wait on that. Just a little while longer. You get out, and I'll say you've earned it.
All right, that's a deal then.
All right. So you head north up into the little region. You'll find the field. You'll find the 3 undead. You'll be able to search those bodies, find 8 copper pieces on the bodies. They're heavily rotted zombies that you find. Then a massive cave. You walk inside, and there's a crew kind of muddling around, and they see you walk in with weapons, and they just get out of your way. Then what you're going to notice on several stilts that have wheels on the bottom is a massive, well, I would say a medium-sized airship that is sleek and painted red. You can see these 2 large extensions right in the middle of the ship, where you would often see these massive power rings that would surround the ship. Of course, it can be rolled out of the cave based on where it's at, and you see tools around where they have been building and working on the ship in secret. Beyond that, you follow the cave entrance. No one speaks to you. No one raises a hand to you. They just watch as you pass by, passing into the single cave entrance that winds around and eventually leads west underground. Eventually, this follows all the way to a particular area where you're going to find yourselves that you follow the way down to a set of stairs, and then inside you can see that this leads into a room. There is light in the room in a few places, and you can see wandering around that there are 4 skeletal soldiers that are staying but looking straight at you from the room beyond. A stairwell leads downward and then into a larger sort of room here. You see splatterings of dry blood in the middle of the room beyond the steps themselves. And immediately, you notice these skeletons, of course, that are standing there. All right.
Question: is that a railing around
Yes,
the
so
steps?
these right here are railings.
Okay.
All right. What would you like to do? Oh, I
Roll
should
for
also
initiative.
note. Yeah, you should also. I'll tell you one other thing though too. The place does smell of dust and mold, but it's very hot, which is unusual because usually these places are very cold. So, but it's very hot down here, like humid too. Okay, that's all I got to say about that.
Feels like a fire elemental. Feels like a fire elemental may be present.
And Aaron, you know what? Dran would probably know that this even feels almost like a forge, but this place doesn't look or feel like a forge at all. Yeah, that kind of heat.
Arcane forge. Aye, indeed.
And I would say, from your background, you wouldn't have to roll. You would know that automatically.
Mm. And the skeletons are stationary, but
They are.
armed and
Dangerous. Yes.
so and each square is 5 feet.
Yes, correct.
Okay. So I will, before we go any further, I am going to extend my right hand with my index and middle finger pointing, with my pinky and my ring or my thumb touching, and I'm going to cast True Strike on the very first skeleton.
This one right here. All right.
Yep.
And you just click that to post it in the chat for everybody.
Absolutely. I'm getting to it right now.
Cool. It does take some time. I know. I do the same thing. Like sometimes it'll take me a while to click around.
I'm very
There we go.
Don't worry about that.
Okay. So you have some insight into its defense and gain advantage on the first attack against your target, provided the spell not ended. Okay. So that target now
Sure.
has your true sight on it, or true strike on it. So I'm going to
Mhm.
put a
Okay. here
little
we go.
marker on him. Let's put a little.
I think people we don't have they're not going to just stand there and let us pass. Let's get rid of them as soon as we can.
Anvil would
And I
recommend.
reach.
Hmm?
I also reach in and I pull out a wand.
All right.
Undead abominations must be destroyed.
Oh, you're
Anvil-
good at this, I believe, XR. This is what you were made for.
Anvil will recommend that Panjed and himself take position side by side there.
Are you the guy that just went to the stairs?
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, if we can go. I mean,
Yeah.
have we been seen yet?
All right. Once you move into the room,
Okay.
that's when they'll move.
Okay.
So, do I see anything else from here, or than what we see on the map? Let's see.
Say it one more time.
Nothing. I was, I guess, asking for a description of the surroundings, but you've already done that. So,
And these things
I'm
are
good.
here are pillars. Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
Once you move in the room, they move. All right. Y'all want to roll? You don't have to roll for initiative because they're standing there. Your first move is going to be the start of the round. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Okay.
The surprise. We have the surprise for our first action.
Right.
Cool.
Even though they can
Okay.
see you, we're going to treat it like a surprise round.
Okay.
Do you want us to roll initiative?
We can go ahead and roll it for after the surprise round if that's what you guys want to do. Yep. Or
Sure.
you can decide to move in. Usually what I do is as far as like shooting into combat is only if like your enemies are if you're blocking or if say like somebody in your own team is blocking, you may have to roll at disadvantage. So I want to throw that out there before anybody jumps into the fray, start shooting things. unless it's something like magic missile or something. As long as you have line of sight, then you wouldn't have to roll at disadvantage. And of course, if you've got the upper hand and you're shooting down, then you've got advantage on your long range attacks too. So just sometimes that causes a little confusion. Different groups do it different ways. So I'll let you guys do that too. So we can go ahead and roll. We'll go ahead and roll for initiative. And what I'll do is roll for my skeletons.
Yeah, I got an off out of game question.
Yeah.
My initiative says 1.12. Does that mean anything?
I can explain that to you. The point whatever is actually your dexterity. It's your dexterity score, and the
Okay.
games, online games, quite often they'll use it to break ties.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, so if you and I both roll 12, and I'm 12.12, and you're 12.18, then you're gonna get to go first. That's what it means.
Okay.
That's actually pretty cool. That
Uh,
makes
actually,
that makes a lot of sense.
Makes a lot of sense, yeah.
Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this just a little bit differently. Since I've got one, what I usually do
So-
in games too is I just roll like one initiative for each group of monsters. That way, they just all go at the same time, unless they're different ones. So that's the
So,
skeletons initiative.
Cole,
Yes.
my initiative shows on the screen, but it doesn't come up with the turn order. I would have thought it's plugged in before for me automatically. So I rolled it twice. My first initiative was 2.12, so that's the one I need to go with. I just don't know why it didn't get put into the turn order.
Did you click?
Click on your token before you.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Geez. Okay.
Okay.
So
wait.
I don't know.
Click
There we go.
So click your token and then do
Now,
initiative roll?
you'll.
Yep.
Yep,
Oh.
that's right.
So what you do is you click your token
And
and then open your character sheet, and there's a little thing where you can click your
okay.
it'll pop up.
Makes sense. I was wondering where mine was. I was like, I rolled. Where did it go? Where's that?
all right, so you'll want to change mine to 2.12 when it comes up, Cole, because that's what I rolled first.
And then mine was 15.14 for me. Or where'd it go? Sorry. No, was it? Oh no, sorry, it's 6.16. I
is.
was looking at somebody else's. Sorry about
So I
that.
got
Looks like I.
Draenor is yours is what again? Say 2 point. Oh, sorry, I'm
His
gonna
was
look at here.
2.12 was
One two, got it.
my first. Yeah.
not.
And then
Sorry, Aaron.
That's-
You're actually 2.13. I'm 2.12. I'm looking back in the chat.
Yep.
So
I
you
tell you what,
beat me on that.
go ahead and roll it if you're not already in the order, and let's just
Oh,
we won't worry about it.
you're
It's
right.
okay. We'll work through them. It's no big deal.
Okay. All right.
Yep, just go ahead and roll it again.
All
It's
right.
no big deal.
So
Yeah.
I like this one much better. So okay.
Yeah. I'd rather make it easier rather than go in a bunch of it's keep the flow and not worry. I'm laid back. Okay, so everybody in there. I'm going to do descending order.
Just as a heads up, I might need to step away in like a couple minutes, grab some food, and then be right back. It's just delivery.
Got it.
Do I need to go ahead and do a re-roll for mine too?
Yeah, go ahead and do it. You click your token and then click your initiative.
Huh, that's pretty good.
All right, and I'm gonna do that as descending again. All right, so that means Draenor is first in line. All right, Draenor, you
Woo!
can
All
see that
right.
opening there and ready to go.
So I will step forward in front of Anvil to get a good shot and aim my wand at the first in the up skeleton, and I will attempt to fire his soldier's wand at the and I hope this is the roll to hit first. Yep. 13 to hit.
13 hit. Okay, and this is what kind of sports spell, right? Okay, so
It's force, yes.
gotcha. All right, so you hold out you see Draenor hold out the wand.
Oh, it's with advantage though.
Yeah, it is
So
with advantage. Yeah, go ahead and
I
roll it with
should be
advantage.
able to. Okay, so
Because if you get a crit,
let
you know.
me Yeah, so let me roll one more regular, and you can decide which one is.
So if you can set on
Since
your
I won't
character
roll.
sheet, if you see on your character sheet and you click
Yep.
advantage, yep, and then what happens? It'll roll 2
Advantage.
numbers.
Yeah.
Yep, and then it rolls 2 numbers, and
But
it's the
okay.
left one. All right, cool. So you got a 23 overall,
So
right?
yep, and 6 would have been the, if I had rolled them both. 23
it.
to hit with 6 for damage.
Okay, so yeah, just set your character sheets, everybody, to advantage, and then the left number is the regular roll. If you roll for advantage or disadvantage, you take the left for advantage and the right for disadvantage. So we can just do that from now on.
Perfect.
All right,
Perfect.
cool.
Yep,
So
that makes sense.
Yuri jumps in front of Anvil, flicks out that wand, and the air in front of the wand sort of ripples, and it strikes that skeleton right in the chest, and he will take 6 force damage. Come on, math.
Then I will then use the rest of my movement to get back behind Anvil.
Good. All right. Okay, so next in line is going to be Vicar.
All right. So what I'll do? Who's in front of me? Anvil? Not Anvil. Sorry. Panjid.
Panjid.
I can't freaking talk. All right. Anyways, I'm gonna pop in front of him. So we'll move right in front of him, and what I'll do, I'm gonna throw one of my daggers. Yeah, I'll hit the. I want to go for the first one. I'm gonna throw a dagger at it.
Okay, so you'll just click your attack, the dagger in. So you got 20 feet of range before it's disadvantaged. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's at 25 feet. You'll have to, if
Okay.
you want to do it at regular attack, then you'll move 5 more feet up from where you are.
So should be
right up there. Yep.
all right. So
And you
we'll
are
do
at the
that.
top of the stairs. Yeah, you're at the top of the stairs. So having the high ground, you would get
Oh, okay.
advantage. So yeah. Now,
Okay,
anytime
cool.
you get advantage on the attack, you get to add sneak attack damage. So you throw the dagger. If you hit, yeah.
Crunch.
So
So let's see. So click dagger.
oh, you throw and you rolled a 6 on both times.
That's
6 on
tragic.
both.
That's tragic.
You throw the dagger and it flies spinning past both of the first 2 skeletons and hits the floor.
And then
Sad day.
Sad day. Sad day.
It be like that sometimes.
It do be like
It
that.
does.
Dude,
It
I can't
does.
believe. How do I roll a 1 twice? What?
I don't know. That's
How?
wild. But it happens to everybody.
It did.
5, 10, 15. And
Can
you do
I?
have enough movement that you can move back. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna pop back in. Pop
All
in
right.
formation.
So it looks like XR is next.
Okay.
No, XR is not next.
Oh, see,
X's
we got
not even
skeleton.
Yeti.
Sorry, this is skeletons right there.
I thought
No,
you
I'm
said
sorry. I'm going back up. Apparently my eyeballs are not working tonight. Yuri is next in line with a 15.14. Yuri, I apologize. Please go ahead.
Not a worry. All right, so I can sidle past all these people.
Yeah, you can move through your own people.
Okay.
It's just when you try to attack, if like say Panjet and Anvil there in front of that skeleton, you're trying to shoot them with a bow or something, then it might be a disadvantage because your own people are in the way. But you can move through your own allies.
Okay. Then what Yuri's going to do is just sort of shoulder past everyone. So that's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 feet should put him here.
Oh
Right?
boy.
5,
Yep.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And then
And
he's
these are
going.
arm rails.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm down
Yeah,
at the bottom of the stairs, yeah, and I'm facing the folks there, yeah?
Yeah.
5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 10, 15, 20, 30. And what you're going to see happen is Yuri's going to just sort of unfurl his hand, and everyone's just going to see like the tiniest little mechanical green dragon kind of slither out from his sleeve. and it just sort of sits there
Ooh.
and looks pretty for 1 second, and looks at the row of skeletons, and then it opens its mouth and belches out a 5-foot wide and 30-foot long column of acid.
Damn.
Ho-ho!
Shit.
Nice.
All right.
So each of the skeletons in the thing have to make. So all these 3 skeletons here will have to make a DC 12 Dexterity save. Or
Yep.
at the start of their turn, they'll have to roll for acid damage, 2d4 acid damage.
Okay, deck save. So I'm gonna just go from right to left. 1, 2, 3, 4. I gotta
Oh, no,
get
it's
3.
just, it's just the 3 of them. Yeah, it's
Three,
just
three.
the-
Is, yeah, 3.
So
So
they all
5,
fail.
5, and 10. They all fail.
Damn.
So yeah, they must succeed. Or so they're covered in acid for the spell's duration, which is up to a minute. It's a concentration spell, so I have to keep focused.
All right, I'm gonna put a.
Um,
I'm gonna bro, all my icons are gone for some reason. That's weird. All my little icons are gone. Huh. I'm just gonna put a purple dot on each one of them.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, so they're all covered in acid, and at the start of their turn, what is it? Okay, actually, can I just push? Can I post this right to the thing? There you go. That's what it does.
See, glad I got Tasha's today, right?
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
I was like, I was gonna get it anyway. I was like, that's a good time to get it. Good. I'm glad you could access that today. All right, cool. So how much damage are we looking at? 2d4 at
2d4
the
at the start of
beginning.
their turns. Yeah.
So they
Got it.
didn't take any now. They take it at the start of their turn.
Yes.
Exactly. Yeah, yeah. And they can
Got it.
spend an action to scrape or wash the acid off themselves or another one of them if they so choose.
Okay, if they so
Okay.
choose. Got it.
And
All
so
right.
with that, Yuri just sort of falls into a defensive position because he now knows that he's, ready for the retaliation hit.
Got it. All right. So now we go from Yuri finally down the skeletons here. So the undead, they seem like they're not really intelligent creatures per se. Like they're gonna do something like intelligent, so they don't wipe off any of the acid. So we're gonna go ahead. It's at the was at the end of their turn or the start? That
Start of
is
their
at the
turn.
start of their turn. Yep, got it. All right, Yuri, do you want to go and roll those 2d4 dice for me?
Sure, I can roll that. Survey says 7.
7. Nice. All right. So the first
Good.
skeleton, the acid eats right through him, and he hits the ground.
That's about
The
max output. Awesome.
the second skeleton, the acid's gonna eat through some of him, and he's gonna take some damage. He's still standing up, and then this guy's also gonna take some damage. He's standing up.
Mm-hmm.
So all right. So we've got first skeleton down. The other 2 take some damage off of that acid, and now they will make their moves. So they move.
Oh, I
5.
apologize. My understanding was we had a surprise round against them.
Oh yeah. Surprise! We're gonna start. Go ahead. Yep.
Which means
It's been a long day, guys.
Yeah,
Sorry.
no, fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which means it is now XR's turn, correct?
Yeah, XR's turn. Yes. The drama today. Oh god. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, XR is going to take his movement, which will put him next to Yuri.
Hello.
Then he's going to take the dash action and position himself here and end his turn.
All right. Panthead.
Sorry.
Oh, he
let's
was
see.
it that he could hear but couldn't speak because his.
No, I'm good.
Oh,
My bad. Let's see. One. Let's see, can I get to that guy within 6?
Which.
Yes, you would be standing on the corpse, but you can either stand there or on top of the corpse. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yep. Corpses are just gonna be
Okay.
difficult terrain. Yeah. So double.
Cole, did we
double.
have did we have a decision on the flanking rule?
I usually don't do flanking. Like
Unless it's like a character thing.
Yeah, unless it's like a character thing. With the because that way the rogues can have it exclusively. So yeah, you just usually don't do
Okay.
it because it gets confusing. But you could definitely stand on the corpses of your enemies.
Hmm.
Okay, Panjed.
Sorry, my
Crunchy.
earbuds died
Just
again.
send
One
some of those
second.
chicken wings over to my house.
Ow.
I'm gonna smack him.
You gonna smack him, or you gonna hit him with a weapon? You gonna hit him with a weapon? Battle axe, one-handed. All right, a 14. You feel the battle axe make contact with the armor of the skeleton. Roll me some damage. You rolling for your attack. So what you do is you roll for the attack, right? And then you should have.
The 14 was the attack, and the damage was. Well, I thought it did the damage on the second one. Was that not it?
Let's see here. Let me check character sheet real quick.
Nope, that was wrong.
And this is the first time we've done your character sheet on here. Sorry.
Yep.
All right, so we got. So you did the battle axe.
All
Yep.
three of those are attack rolls.
All three of those are attack rolls. Yep,
There we go.
you
Oh,
go.
That was working.
11. All right, you just crunch through the skeleton, and he is going to hit the ground as well.
Cool.
All right, that's 2. So we go down now to Anvil.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Go there. Hello. And I'm going to. How do I ping? That's the question.
You hold down your left mouse button. That's how you ping.
Okay,
Yep.
I'm going to hit that guy. With that. Oh, that's
Oh,
beautiful.
What the fuck? Man, what you
Real.
talking about?
That is
Hell yeah.
beautiful. Okay. Now the question is. Okay. 1.
Here, looking for a damage roll.
All right. I gotta do that over here, don't I? 2d12.
So that's your. You have this is with your great axe, right?
Yes.
So yeah, it's just doing your attack roll. I'm not sure why it's just doing your attack roll there. I'll have to look at that. All right, because it should pop up with like a little note. If you look up with if y'all look up with some of the other attacks here, I think we've already got. It should pop up with a damage roll, as well as the attack roll. We'll have to make sure we got this set right next time. All right, so you hit for 20. So we need, you did 2d. Sorry,
2d12.
12 damage.
Plus
All right.
6.
So plus 6. Let me ask you guys. I have an optional house rule. It's up to you guys whether or not we use it. If you critical hit on something, you can make the decision to either do the double damage kind of thing that we usually do with critical hits, or you can opt to do regular damage, but you can roll a d6, and each number on the d6 represents a different limb that you can cut off.
That's interesting.
I like that.
I don't want my limbs cut off, but it's a cool idea.
It is.
I would not do it against you guys. I would do it just towards the enemies. So yeah, so like one is left arm.
Sorry, go ahead.
Do it.
I said, go ahead. Sorry, I'll talk to
I was say it's up to you guys. It's just an optional rule if you ever want to use it for role playing purposes. So like if one is left arm, 2 is a right arm, 3 is a left leg, 4 is a right leg, 5 is the chest, and then 6 is the head.
So I would prefer just to do the damage, but I'll go with whatever the group wants.
Yeah, sure. And you can do it with choice. Like you can do it with choice. Like you can say,
there
okay,
we
I just
go.
want. Yep,
I'm
it's your choice.
totally fine with
Yeah.
people choosing to do that.
Yeah,
Yep.
I'm down for that too.
Yep. total choice. Yeah. So if you're like, no, I'm just going to do the critical damage, that's fine. You just say, hey,
That's
I'm
cool.
just doing the critical. I'll assume you're doing the critical damage unless you say, hey, I want to try to chop off its limb, like, or something like that. So like you can do either one. It's your choice. Yeah.
Alright.
And then and we don't even have to have that an optional rule like that even in there, but you get to choose either way just for role playing purposes.
I'm just gonna go with the crit.
Sure. All right.
So
So
that'd be 2d12 plus 6, correct?
2d12 plus 6 is 18.
Crunch.
Crunch. He hits the
Probably
ground as
2d12
well.
plus
Oh,
3, I
and Cole,
Yes.
I wasn't even raging.
Damn.
Nice. All right. All right. So now we go back to the beginning. Dran.
I just posted. I'm posting something on Discord right now that I've used in the past. If people want to look at it for critical hits as well, and then
Cool.
discuss later. But keep going.
Yeah, sure. It's your turn, by the way.
Oh, well, okay. So we have basically one still up
Yeah. One still up.
after all of that.
Yep.
Okay. So I will move. Well, I guess at this point I am going to I'll move over to here and make sure there's nothing else hidden down the side, which I can now see is clear from this side. So that's going to be my action right now. I don't think the other two down there need my assistance to finish that final one.
Sure. All right. Sounds good. We go down to Vic next.
All right. So what I'm gonna do, I'm actually follow his same route, Draenor's same idea. See if there's anything from over here. See if there's anything else, and looks like there is not. So we are clear on this side. And
Right.
I'm just going to let that be my action also.
Okay. We're down to Yuri.
All right, Yuri is going to fall back and protect squishy caster people. So yeah, I'm just going to take a position there, and I'll ready an attack just in case something comes stumbling down the stairs. So if anything gets within 5 feet of me, I'll attack it with my axe.
Ian, is that a pistol in your character's hand there?
No, I think it's a wrench.
I was gonna say, I was like, if that's that cool of a picture of the pistol, we may have to make something happen in this game.
Well, I did take in the optional like it's up to you. I don't need weapons, but sorry, not weapons. I don't need like firearms. But if you want to include them, I did take I did include it on my character that he's got the proficiency in firearms, but it is certainly not something that I need or want.
I've never used it in a game. We might have to experiment with that in ours.
That's
if
the thing, yeah.
everybody
Like
wants
if
to.
yeah, I figured I'd put it on there, and then if you wanted, then fine. Yuri can shoot a gun, but
Yeah,
no,
kind of like a super rare weapon. Yeah, maybe we can look. If anybody wants to. I've never done that, but it makes sense to have them in this universe in Ebra, and I wasn't planning on using them. But hey, we can always talk about it. I'm always up for trying anything, just about.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ian, your character's like a John Wick. You don't need a gun, but you can use one if you have one.
That's really it. Yes. Yeah. He actually prefers the hitting with hammers. It's just but he can use a gun.
Perfect. That's awesome. All right. So
I posted the full image in the chat if you want to actually see what he's holding.
Oh yeah, that's cool. I was kind of rushing through to make sure I could look at everybody's sheets before we played tonight, and I just didn't pay attention. That was a wrench. All right, so this skeleton is going to move up 5 feet. He is going to attempt to hit.
First he's going to take 2d4 acid damage, right?
That he is. Would you please roll me some acid damage?
Oh, right, yes, acid damage. Always with the acid damage. So that is an additional, just 4.
4. All right, cool. Thanks for reminding me of that there. We got our skeleton coming up here to, he kind of moves, and you notice as they move, they don't really have any rhyme or reason. They just kind of attack the first thing that goes at them, or that is near them. So they don't Yeah, they don't really seem like they're doing much of anything except for that. All right, so our skeleton here, he is going to grab him, open him up. He is going to try to attack with a short sword. All right, so a 17 to attack on Dave, which is going to swing and miss Dave.
And
How
it'll
much
go
would
off
that?
his shields.
Yeah, there you go. I don't understand. Now, this was working before. Can anyone tell me why it would not be rolling damage on the weapons? That is weird. That is odd. Okay, well, we'll
Well,
have to check that out.
yeah, when I click on the weapon, I mean you can see all the stuff that clicks or comes up. I'm not sure what that is. I'll do. No idea.
That's weird. It's been working fine on one of my other games. I'm not sure what's going on. I may have to try to jump in and see somewhere.
I feel
You
like
know,
Roll20 used to have more options in the settings.
yeah,
Oh, okay. Oh, so I just got it to work on mine there. If you see,
yes,
so what I did was I rolled. So I rolled the attack, right, the 7 there, and then I clicked on where it says hand axe, and then it rolled the damage.
Yep,
yeah.
yep.
That's what
That's
I
what
did on
we've done
mine.
in the past.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing on my
It's not.
my guys
Yeah.
sheet. And it's not doing it for some reason. Because I'll click short sword, right, and it'll roll that attack as a 9, but it's not allowing me for some reason this time around to roll the weapon to hit, and I don't get that. That's very strange. That's weird. Well,
Yeah, mine comes up. Mine comes up both with to hit and if it does the damage. So yeah, that's
huh,
weird.
that is weird. It was doing it fine last week.
Hang tight.
We'll see what's going on with it maybe later.
Question: when y'all are getting it to work, did y'all fill out the range of the attack?
I just dragged and dropped mine over.
Was that what?
Yeah.
Yeah, like
See,
yeah.
Yeah, what's weird about mine is, see, I'm using the like I opened the skeleton up, which is part of the actual monster manual, right? So I should be able to click, like, I can click a strength, or I can click short sword, I can click short bow. I can do any of that stuff, but it's supposed to come up with the attack and the damage.
Hmm.
And I don't understand why it's not doing that.
So is Vicar doing it from D&D Beyond?
Me? What do you mean?
No, his is from his character sheet. I set
Yeah,
his
I'm
character
just-
sheet up for him.
Yeah,
And his
I'm
would
just
work
doing
fine if he clicks on where it says dagger. If Vicar clicks on where it says dagger or short sword, he'll get the damage.
That's weird.
Vicar.
Yeah.
Click on dagger for now. Now you go ahead and click on dagger.
Sorry, I mean in the chat where it
Oh,
shows
oh,
at the
sorry,
bottom of the
In
roll.
the chat.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
In the
Okay.
chat. There
Sorry,
you go.
sorry.
There
Sorry.
you go.
That's
Yeah.
okay. Yeah.
That makes
So
sense now. I was wondering about
That's
that
how
too.
you do it.
I
There
was
it
like,
goes.
I was doing that for myself. I was like, how are they fucking doing this
I was,
shit?
I was,
And then
I was sure that it was
So-
working differently the other time I did it. Okay, we got it now. I was like, what? Doing that? I thought it did that last time. I was like, it's doing it with the
So
spells.
Cole. Yep.
I
There
was
you
like,
go.
wait a minute.
Yep.
I was
Now
like,
you
wait
got.
a minute.
Now we've got it.
Oh gosh. Like I said, sorry guys, long day today. Okay, so you this guy, he takes the 4 acid damage. He misses XR, and then we go back down to actually XR in the next turn.
So XR is going to lock
You gotta
eyes.
love.
Going to lock
Go ahead.
eyes with the
Sorry.
creature and kind of make a beckoning motion with his hand as he circles around behind the creature. And he is going to use his action to take the help action, occupying the creature's attention and granting advantage to the next attack on it.
That's dirty.
All right.
And I love it.
Oh, buddy. Oh, boy.
Okay. So let me see. The skeleton's going to do this. He's going to roll at disadvantage to see if he can fight that, which he's probably going to totally fail. So I'm going to make that a wisdom save at disadvantage, which is a 10, and he will fail. All right. So we go next to Panjad Franken-Caberdon.
You want to go ahead and slap?
Pink and Cabernet.
That's all. Yeah, Jay freaking Caberdon. Time to hit him.
Crunch.
Advantage.
Crunch.
All right. I assume 19 hit.
So yeah, so you roll it rolls at advantage, and then it's the left number that you're going to take.
No, advantage would be the higher of the two.
Yeah, be the
Yeah.
higher of the two.
Yeah.
If it's a yeah, I mean that's what I mean. Like a regular roll is the left number. If it's disadvantage, it's the lower number. It's the advantage is the higher number. So it'd be a 19 to hit. Yeah. So
And-
you swing that big battle axe,
Mhm.
and you literally lop off his head, and he just kind of crumbles to the floor. And then now you're looking at XR just right there next to you.
High five.
Oh, you
Look.
literally are high fiving.
Yeah. All right. Nope. All right. Oh, back away.
He's got his he had XR. He has his hand up there to try to high five you.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's do it.
If he's within range, XR will high five in a very
So-
stilted, robotic way.
So just to
Nice.
kind of summarize what just happened here, it's only been 2 rounds, right? Not even 2 rounds.
Not even 2
Cool.
rounds.
So within 10 seconds, a door opened. Then you just heard a bunch of bones hit the ground, some gooping, a
Pretty
swing
much.
and a miss, then a bonk.
Awesome.
Like
All right,
a
I'm
bunch of
clear
Lincoln
our-
logs falling down in an empty room.
I'm gonna clear our initiatives out there, and what would you guys like to do next?
Did they have anything on them?
Well, I'll move down. I'll move down to the lower level, and we can check the corpse.
Okay,
I will-
check the first corpse. So each, as you check it, you find 6 silver pieces on this particular corpse.
Okay. I wanna ch-
Is there any symbolic, like writing on the walls or anything?
It's a good question. So let's see here. Yours is
Oh,
So,
very low passive perception.
yeah. Low. Looking around just with your passive perception. At first, you don't notice anything, but you can always roll your perception to see if you can find anything.
All right, 1 sec.
So my character, Draenor, has
Not
stone cunning as a trait, and he has. Let me put it out here for you. If he does a history check, the origins of the stonework to determine, where we are or any history. So he's going to roll a history and just see if, with advantage, see if we can learn anything.
Not to meta too much, but do you want to pair that with mine in case I find anything with a 19 perception?
Yeah, I'm more happy with that.
Okay.
All right, so you have 24. All right, so you begin to walk around and examine the walls and the actual cuttings. What you notice here is that this room in particular is very tall, and the way that the room is actually carved out of the actual stone doesn't have necessarily the intricacy of dwarven design, but it certainly is older and very sturdy. What you do see also is that there's the lack of color in the room itself, rather than the having more ornate designs. is that you can guess or you would know for sure this is not anything this is actually dwarven built. More than likely, it looks like something that's human built, but also for perhaps a purpose. As you both examine around, you don't see any kind of paintings or etchings or strange markings in this room in particular at this moment. What you do notice is there is a double door on one side over here, and then there is another door that is down here.
Okay. And where is the light, or do we have an illuminated room?
Let's see. Are you seeing light on yours?
Yes,
I'm
I
seeing some
have dark
shadows.
vision. I mean, I just
So the area down here is like a darker shade of gray, and you might see a little bit of light shining through cracks on this particular wall.
okay. Yeah, I don't see anything into other rooms. I'm just wondering if the room we're in, how it has been illuminated. Is there
Oh,
like
good question. Yes.
magical globes or
Yes, yes. There's magical glow in the room itself, and it looks like not even a super condensed ball of light, but almost like little small mists of light. Almost like if you imagine the light has been stretched out and become dimmer, but giving some light in the room.
okay? Did the other corpses, did all the corpses get checked? Was it a total of 6 silver?
The only one has been checked. Do you guys want me to just go through and just say, "Hey, this
That's
is
what
what's
I
on all
thought.
of them," or I can
Sure.
go one at a time? Sure, we'll just do that. All right, there you find 8 more, so 14 silver pieces total. You don't find anything else
Okay.
noteworthy on these corpses.
So we have searched all the corpses by now.
Yes.
Cool.
Query. Yuri, does this exit appear locked?
Yuri is going to move closer and inspect door. Perhaps using a perception check to see if door is locked or possibly trapped.
Okay, so what I'll do is the perception for large scale, investigation for anything specific.
Okay. So then investigation to see if door is trapped.
Correct.
Sark can assist with investigation too.
Sure.
Okay.
I'll remind you guys, do have a rogue in your group as well.
That is true. Why isn't Rogue doing this job? Someone says Yuri,
Would you
check
like me
door.
to come
Yuri's
do
over
it?
here checking door. And
Would you like me to come and handle that for you?
Oh no, Yuri's got it. Back off.
Okay.
Wow, 19.
All right, back off.
Okay.
I was actually about to ask that too. I was about to come in, but you got ahead of me.
So you look around the outside edges on the handles and everything. There are no locks and nothing, no springs, no ropes, no string, no springs of any kind in or
Alright.
around the door. And they also wouldn't be locked as far as you can tell either.
So Yuri reports that, but then backs up and lets Rogue do work.
All right.
Okay, you're opening the door.
Is there a possible way I can sneak into the next room and investigate? What's coming up ahead?
You could sneak into the next room. Yeah.
All right.
What y'all taking so long for? Why don't y'all just go ahead and go in the room? You said it's unlocked. You want me to go ahead? I'll go ahead.
All right. So let me go backwards a little bit here.
Ooh,
Okay.
When Yuri, when you go to open the door, you note that your hand actually passes through it. So it's some type of an
Oh.
illusion that keeps anything from it. So you act, yeah.
Never mind.
What kind of trickery is
so
this?
it looks like a door, but it's not a door. Can you go through it?
Oh yeah, your hand. Yes, your hand when it passes right through the knob, so you could actually walk straight through it.
Okay.
So what I'm
so
going to do
it
here,
actually enters through the space. Got it. Okay.
okay, and I'm going to adjust this to allow then you to pass through these doors that are illusionary. Oh, there is a door up to the top too. There's 3 doors. There's one here, and one
That's
here.
what I thought.
Yep.
I thought it
3
appeared to be
doors.
doors. In
Can
the
I
hollow
clap
with
to see
3
if it turns them
walls.
off?
Okay.
Sure, when you clap, there's a bit of
Yep.
an echo in the room, and it doesn't happen.
Yep.
Nothing else happens.
Okay.
Mhm.
Next time.
All right. So
XR
say there's
moves through the door.
doors. I will follow.
Whoa.
All right. When you move into this area, the hall stretches out dozens of feet. Now,
All right.
the tiles on the floor, and can you move your character back like 1 space, Dave? All right, cool. Because one of the things you're going to notice when you pass through here is that the tiles on the floor are 2 different shades of gray in no particular order. You smell something strange, like burnt chocolate.
Can I see if
Mm.
any kind of trap or anything is along these floors?
Okay, so
Any
you're going to
kinda-
roll. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
going to roll a since you're looking at the whole hallway, you're going to look at it's going to be a perception check.
All right.
Is that Logan?
Yes, that's Logan.
Okay.
Yep.
XR is going to put his hand on you and give you guidance in your search.
Okay.
So you'll roll a d4 and it gives you you add the d4 to whatever your roll is.
Okay. Cool. So let's
yep.
see. Perception.
12.
plus A D4.
So 14 total. So you look as you kind of peer down the hallway. And let me ask this: if you don't want to, this is fine. Logan, or rather, Vicar and Panjed, do you guys want to switch spots so Logan can or Vicar can actually peer down the hallway a little bit better to get a
Fine.
view down the whole hall?
Let's do that.
Cool. So you're peering down the hall. You see him, this guy in the leather armor piercing down. He gets near the floor. He kind of examines. You see him tap the light square just a little bit, right? And Vicar, just as you thought, a lot of those places randomly are actually trapped. You look also down the hall, noticing something else. Every 10 feet, alternating, there are holes in the wall, small holes, which you can only think are probably some type of dart situation. So going down the hall would certainly trip all the traps separate if you walk down and hit these particular tiles on the way down. And it looks as if every one of them could have a different mechanism on them.
Do we
All right.
want to check the other doors? Or do we want to try this hall?
Let's see. Maybe give the other doors a shot before.
You are
I say
capable of
we look
disarming
at least
traps
what's
too.
on the
I am. Yeah. I almost
Yeah.
forgot.
right.
Then let's see. What does the group say? Should we keep going forward and I disarm what I can?
So, yeah, go ahead. My character is not very smart, so
Reply. This unit suggests disarming the traps. In case we have to run this way
Okay.
later, it would be good to have the traps disarmed.
Yeah. Good point.
All right.
I think the pod has a point.
Now, and Logan, since you're new, in your thieves kit, you're going to have little pylons that you can use, and tools to work. So what you're going to do is you're going to roll your thieves tools. That's going to be with your you either have a thing in your character sheet to do that, or it's going to
Okay.
be your basically the same thing as your sleight of hand until you get expertise.
Let's see. Trying to see if I can find it because I thought I saw it before. Okay, I don't see anything.
All right, let me see if I can help you out a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I have another
character sheet.
idea if that doesn't work. But go ahead.
So yeah, you should have your thieves tools use your dexterity, and you do have you do have expertise
Proficiency.
yeah. So you you're going to double your proficiency bonus. So basically what you'll do is you'll roll your sleight of hand here, and okay.
Okay, so it's just like I just
yeah.
roll sleight of hand for my
Yeah, it
tool.
should be double
Okay.
your proficiency though. So this should
Oh,
yeah.
yeah. It would
Yeah,
be
you did great.
5. He should have probably +5 on his roll.
Mhm.
Yeah. So he has a proficiency bonus of 2 plus 3 is 5. So yeah, you should have a +5 on your roll.
I do.
So that's going to be
And
that'd
he
be a
got
35. Yeah, that's a yeah. So
Crazy.
so you actually are able to get down on the floor and examine one of the tiles in front of you that's trapped, and you easily find the mechanisms to disarm the trap. But you also find that there is a triggering mechanism that looks like it leads into the floor farther and connects to other traps. So by cutting this and then pinning it, you might be able to actually trigger all the traps at once, and then they would be disarmed. So you finagle with it, you do some cutting, you all see him put something in his mouth, put his finger up, like, hold on a second, and then like he works some more, takes it back out of his mouth, here's some fiddling, some clicks, and then a whole bunch of darts all the way down the hallway fire at one time and just bounce into the walls. And you have successfully disarmed the trap. You are very pleased with yourself.
Oh, wonderful.
Then, as soon as you say wonderful, you
you.
hear a giant sliding noise, and
Uh-oh.
something drops out of the ceiling down at the end of the hallway. It is a gelatinous ooze.
Oh,
What the hell is
no.
that?
Do not touch.
That's danger.
I do want
And
to ask.
now the smell of burnt chocolate is very intense when you realize that it is the ooze that actually smells like burnt chocolate.
Oh shit.
Disarming the traps opened another trap, which dropped the ooze on the floor, and there is a dissolved body inside the ooze itself. Roll for initiative.
Shit.
Don't forget to select your character before you roll.
Oh shit.
Uh-huh.
That is exactly what I did.
There we
All
go.
Can y'all hear me okay? I'm testing out a new mic.
Yes.
Yeah, you sound fine.
Cool. Yeah, Exhibit made this trap. Traps on traps on traps.
Did I? By the way, did
Oh.
I forgot to say this, but I'm going to go ahead and ask you, Cole. Did I pick up the dagger that I threw and missed?
Yeah,
the
just
first time?
you just want to tell me that next time, and just
Yeah,
make sure that
that's-
you've picked up the dagger. That's fine.
I meant to tell you that earlier, but I just totally slipped my mind.
Yep, no problem.
All right.
All right, so I think we've got everything. Everybody roll for their initiative.
Yeah, I messed up my
Cool.
first one, but I'm still last either way.
All right. Anvil is going to be up first.
Bugger. Okay, this is not gonna go well. We're gonna do this. Does an 11 hit?
Tell me, you're throwing a javelin. It is an 11 hit. You throw the javelin and easily hit your target.
Cool. 9 damage.
Okay. The javelin seeps into the ooze and doing a little bit of damage to him. All right. So we have.
People,
Yes, go ahead.
I'll advise the group, do not, if you can use something other than slashing or piercing damage, it'll be more susceptible than this. So
Well-
something like fire, force. If you have it, try to keep it at a distance.
So
Okay.
anything other than standard damage types.
I will
That's
probably
good.
be. I'm telling this as my character. I'm probably going to be not as much use as the
Let me
casters then.
before we do that, Dran, just to help out a little bit, would you make me a roll just to make sure you know that for sure?
Okay.
Absolutely. You want arcane? Do you want what would you like?
Let's go
Nature
with let's go
or
with nature.
all right. That'll work. Let's see what we get.
Ooh, 21.
All right,
Okay.
21.
That's what I'm talking about.
All right. So all right. So you're gonna know the stuff about this, okay? They can't be blinded.
I
They cannot be
I'm under the
charmed.
I'm from under the mountain. Yep.
Yes.
Yep. I know
They
these
can't be
things.
can't be blinded, can't be charmed, can't be deafened, can't be exhausted. They can't be frightened, they can't be knocked prone, but they don't have any kind of damage um
Resistances.
resistances or anything like
Okay.
that.
Cool.
So yeah.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I am actually
Oh,
of more use.
I'm thinking of oozes. Good. I
Yeah,
was
yeah,
thinking
this
of
so
I
this
was
yeah.
thinking of an ooze versus
So
a cube.
Yeah, so this is
Yes.
considered a large ooze, but you're right in that you've got those condition immunities. So anything with
Yep.
those, but I was trying to help you out there a little bit, just so you know.
Yes, I
Yeah,
appreciate that.
yeah. So anytime you want to roll to try to, if you remember something, if it's something like really foreign monster, you might not know anything, but definitely I think some of y'all may have seen these
Exactly.
before. So yeah, so I'm totally cool. It fits the story and the background. All right, so we are at Anvil, right? You threw your javelin, you did some damage to it, and
Yeah.
now we're at Dran.
All right. So I will now we're in tight quarters, so I will squeeze past my larger companions. I will look and I guess I hate using spells right off the bat, but definitely have an issue with cubes. So I will shoot a fire bolt and attempt to hit. Mm, 11.
11. The firebolt slams down or flies down the hallway, illuminating it, and hits directly with no problem at all. 5
All
fire
right, 5
damage.
points of.
Excellent. All right, so now we go to
And
XR.
I'll get back out of the way again.
All right, you got it.
Okay. XR is going to move forward. 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6, and take the dodge action.
All right. Okay, let's see here. We go now to Vicar.
all right. I'm on somersault in front of who's my man Anvil, and I'm going to actually try to throw a dagger once more.
Yay!
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So this is going to be at disadvantage because
Okay.
you're over 20 feet, but you still hit it anyway. Throwing the
Yeah.
dagger down the way. All right, so roll me some damage. So you rolled 2 for sneak attack and 3 for piercing. All right, so that's 5 total.
I don't think the sneak attack
Well, so,
is.
yeah, sneak attack won't apply because I thought you were
Yeah,
closer
yeah,
to
it's
him.
just
XR,
3.
yeah. So it's just 3. All right, so
Yep.
still you hit him. That's the main thing. Yeah,
If
because I
he
was thinking,
Thank God.
if he
yeah,
And
yeah.
if
If
he
XR was
stays
next to him,
doesn't isn't it yeah, if he stays hidden or states that he's going to attempt to hide and then attack, I think then
That's
he'd get a sneak,
yeah.
right?
So
yeah.
you have to be hidden,
Yep.
or you have to have advantage on the roll, or you can have
Have a
something like
large
that. Yeah.
warforged in front of you.
Yeah.
I almost forgot about that. I can
That's
stay.
yeah.
How big is a warforge? Is he taller than 6 foot?
My anvil stands at 6'10" tall and 318 pounds. So
Okay,
you
I can
take your
definitely
pick.
do that.
Yeah.
I can do that.
I
Okay, I'll
think
keep
that
that in mind.
the
And it depends on
distance.
the monster, right? Because like if a monster has a super high perception, or if they like have like a keen smell, it might be a roll at disadvantage. But if they're like a blinded monster or something like that, it
True.
could be at advantage. So it depends on the monster too.
That's true.
So
But because he had
yeah,
disadvantage on the range, I think sneak attack is automatically negated.
yeah, it is. Yeah.
It is.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Awesome.
Yep. but you're in. All right, so that was now go to Panjay freaking Cabradon.
Panjay Caverdon. All right.
Do something epic.
Question. Mechanics question. Cone. So I have a cone weapon for my breath. I can get to here.
5,
I can get to
10,
there.
15, 20,
If
25.
I do a cone, would I bypass my boy?
So here's what you do. The cone is going to be from a point on the square, so you can do it from that point, right? And then
they
you can do
go-
that square, that
Yeah.
square, and then yeah. So it's a 15-foot cone. It will reach out to right there.
Only reach out to there. That gotcha.
Yeah.
Then I think I'm just gonna stay here. Or maybe am I in the line of sight of anybody if I stay there? Do I need to move to this side?
Honestly, if you're staying here, if it's a 15-foot cone and it cannot spread, Richard, I would think the walls are going to help funnel it
It would
down
act-
probably enough.
Yeah.
I will
you
allow
know,
that. Yeah, I would
roll it.
allow that.
Okay. Well, cool.
Send it.
Fuck, I need to figure out how to do a breath weapon.
Yep. Everybody okay with that?
Yeah.
Physics.
Physics
Yep.
makes
Physics.
sense.
Some people don't want no physics.
It's not. It would not. That wouldn't help a ray or a line, but a cone most definitely.
If it was a
Okay,
fireball
so-
in the middle, it could spread out too. You know.
Oh, if it was a fireball, that would just suck for all of us, and it's
Yeah.
time to go home at that point.
And by
So
home,
he's
you
gonna
mean the afterlife?
he's gonna try to make a deck save. A plus con proficiency. Otherwise, it takes 2d6.
So he makes a deck save, right?
Yep.
14. How does an ooze make a 14?
8 plus 1 plus 2. That's a 11. Nah, he makes it.
He makes it.
Yep. Does that mean he takes half damage or no damage?
Depends on what the ability is. So you click the ability in your character sheet and it'll pop up.
Couldn't figure out how to add this ability
How
to the
could
character
he
sheet.
avoid it?
I don't
How
know
could
how
he avoid something when when
I don't
he's
think
he's as big as the as the
Yeah.
hallway?
I don't think that makes sense for him to avoid it. If it's okay with everybody, I'll just like to rule that it hits him.
I'm fine.
I don't
with
want anybody
that.
to think I'm
That's
being
fine.
easy on anybody, but it just doesn't make sense for it not to.
No,
He's a- yeah,
Or
it
I tell
doesn't
you
make
what,
It
sense.
doesn't.
we can roll disadvantage, and that
Yeah.
way,
That won't
it's a
pass.
10. So yeah, it'll hit him. So 8 damage, right?
Yep.
Yay,
Fire.
math. All right.
Mate.
Like I said, there'll be plenty of other harder encounters, I'm sure. All right, so now we go to the gelatinous cube. All right, so he is going to move, and then he is going to use his ability. So he's going to move 5 feet, 10 feet, and then he is going to attempt to engulf. So XR, can you
Oh,
roll me a
XR.
dexterity save?
Problems.
You roll a 10. All right, that's not enough to pass. So he engulfs you. All right, so on a successful save, you can choose to push back, but he is going to engulf you here because of the failed save. All right, so failed save, it enters your space, and the creature is going to take 3d6 damage.
Okay.
Let's see it.
All right, 5,
Ooh, what the-
12 damage.
I'm
Pain.
unconscious.
Shit.
Get him out.
All right,
Yep.
so you are currently down right now. You're currently down, but not dead. All right, and that is acid damage. Okay, now it now goes. That's all he can do in his turn. It now goes to Yuri.
Okay.
Are you close enough to pull him out, Yuri?
Oh, no, not even. 15, 20,
Okay.
25, 30. He's 5 feet further than Yuri could move. But Yuri's going to move 5,
Okay.
10, 15, and perhaps try and convince the monster to let him go by. Sorry, am I able to create a So I can create a bonfire up to 60 feet away. Can I create it in such a way that it doesn't hit XR but hits the cube since it's such a big ass beast?
So XR is inside, so it's going to hit the outside of the beast rather than the inside of the beast.
Fair enough then. So Yuri flings up his hand up in the air, and you see this little red dragon for just a brief second come out of his hand, and it just down the corridor, and a bonfire is ignited in this square. So it's a 5-foot. Let me actually here. Let me show you what to do.
Now, Yuri, you were taking the dodge action. Does that do anything for your dex?
Not for a saving throw.
Not for saving.
Well,
Okay.
okay.
Yeah, that would be a saving throw. Yeah, okay. I was thinking.
So yes. So Cube must make dexterity saving throw of 12.
Two.
Yeah.
That is the dexterity of a cube. Yes.
So,
That makes
Yes,
sense.
that's right.
Makes a lot
That
of
is the
sense.
dexterity of a cube in a 10-foot wide hallway.
-4. Good
Yes.
God.
Cube.
Yeah.
so the cube immediately takes 5 fire damage.
5 fire damage,
Yep.
and it's going to roll a strength save at. Actually, let's do a con at.
Damn.
Disadvantage.
Ooh.
Damn.
Gosh.
Why is it rolling a con save?
What else would be a con? Maybe it would be a strength save. Well, I'm trying to think what it would do, because if it gets shocked enough by the fire, then it should have to make some kind of save, I think, in order
Like a
to
gut
be able to
punch.
hold on to its prey. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, like getting punched in the gut or something.
I don't know.
And
How about
holding
you
on to
guys
it.
help me out? You think
It'd be either
strength
or.
con?
It'd be either
Let's go
or.
with strength. A 3, yeah, he spits. He spits our friend out.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay.
Excellent.
There
We're
we
gonna go with that.
Yuri switches
eat-
his cigar from one side of his
XR,
mouth
are
to the
you,
other,
like-
and his little red dragon flies back to him and settles back onto his hand.
Nice.
You were smoking and whistling the
Is
entire time.
XR
Pretty
Good
much.
is
That's a skill
Yeah,
right
XR is still
X-
down. Yeah.
is
Go
he unconscious? I mean, did he take enough damage to be unconscious, or
Yeah, he's unconscious.
is he still got points? Okay.
He'll be rolling death saving throws on the next one.
I got
Okay.
you.
That's what I was afraid of.
Yeah, but he's got a paladin next to him, so hey,
Hey.
Panjay and Cabradon, Yuri, you are up.
Oh no, Yuri just set fire to shit. Yuri's good.
Hey, Yuri just as far as it.
Anvil.
Anvil.
Yep.
All right.
Go for it.
5, 10, 15. I'm going to use. Fuck. Okay. I have an idea.
That's a new spell.
I
Yeah.
do not think it will work with this thing.
If I grab XR and drag him out, is that going to provoke an attack of opportunity?
Nope, because it's an unwilling movement on my part.
Yep, that's right.
Awesome. Strength check.
Yep, strength check.
17.
All right, you can drag him.
like
Half speed.
Okay, hang on. That was 5, 10, 15,
So we'll say
25. And that's as far as I can go right now.
I'll
okay.
take. Thank you.
And could I stand over him? Like
Yes.
that. Okay, I will move there. And I will proceed to wait.
So that pulling him would be your action.
Okay. Yeah, I'll proceed to wait then.
Okay, we're down to Draenor.
Okay. So I will take movement here. I will, as a bonus action, use my healing potion on XR, because you had mentioned, I think, that potions are usable as a bonus
Yes, I'm going to let you guys
in
use them as
your.
bonus actions. You can shove it down his throat.
Okay, so I shove that down his throat as a bonus, and for my action, I will. Geez, I'm not sure if gelatinous cubes can hear, but I'm gonna attempt Toll the Dead on the cube.
They can feel vibrations.
Let's see if it. Yeah, so they won't hear it, but they should be able to.
Feel the terrifying
Let me
toll of the
just.
dead.
That's right. Let's try Toll the Dead.
Well, I mean, if you hit Jello at the right frequency, it's going to discombobulate.
13 to hit,
Yep.
and only 2
Good job.
necrotic. That kind of sucks.
Good hit.
You don't need to roll a death saving throw, XR.
No,
Nope.
that was my,
Nope.
that was my
I gave
healing.
you a healing.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to
Oh.
add hit points in D&D Beyond. That's all. So,
Okay.
Hey,
Okay.
so I want to make sure I understand specifically. I hopefully you guys are getting used to showing that I do a lot of story related stuff.
Yes.
So I tell you what,
Mhm.
we're gonna do something cool. You ready?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, Aaron, I want you to roll me an intelligence. You can do arcane, you can do nature, or I would let you roll if you have a knowledge roll that fits around your artificer, sort of like a scientific kind of role that you
Okay.
can make an argument for.
He's not an
And
artificer.
oh, that's
I
right. You're
am a
not.
wizard.
There is
Why
one
do I
artificer
keep
artificer in the
wizard.
doing
group.
that? Because I thought originally we had 2 artificers. That's why I was like, something has changed here. Okay, so you're a wizard, and you're a dwarf, so you've probably seen
Yes.
oozes and stuff
Wizard
before.
head.
So I want you
You're
to roll a
visionary.
knowledge roll to see if you know whether or
Okay.
not. Okay, and let me see if you roll high enough, I'm gonna let you do this.
Okay. So let me see what this does for us.
Ooh.
Hey, I
13.
like that. Okay, so you will know that certain oozes can vibrate at certain frequencies. So who said this?
Frequencies.
Yeah, frequencies. Who said discombobulate earlier?
That would be me.
That would be right. Ian, I'm still in your idea. Okay.
Yeah, you do it, man. Yeah, go for it.
All right. So what I want you to do is I want you to go ahead and, since you would know that knowledge first, go ahead and re-roll your damage for Toll of the Dead. And I'm going to let you do it at double the damage, because you will learn something about this ooze in here and do it at the right, attempting to do it at the right frequency.
All right. So let's find Toll the Dead.
I can't wait to make an ultrasonic ooze factory.
It's
All right.
exact. So exactly 13 again to hit, but this time I got 7.
So we're gonna go with a 7, and what's gonna happen is
it's
this
not
kind
a
of
hit roll. The ooze has to make a wisdom save.
has to make a wisdom save.
Oh, that's true.
It makes
You're gonna do it
DC
at
13. That's right.
all
Man,
right. So is it half?
it's
Is it
too
half?
wise.
It's a cantrip, so it's 0
No,
damage.
well, it's 0. It's
Ah.
it's wiser than I thought for a gelatinous object.
Some of these rolls on these things are just crazy. I mean, I'll tell you, he's got a 6 wisdom. There's no way he should be rolling a 6, but I was hoping he would roll worse, because I was gonna do something really cool with him, but I can't do the cool looking thing
You
that'll do
can't.
it. Yeah.
Well,
So
Clearly this
we
cube has seen
tried.
some stuff. He's been out
He's
there.
this
He's a,
cute.
he's a
Yeah,
kid
this
of the
is a
world.
he's seen some stuff. He is a
this is a
worldly
streetwise
Yeah, that's it.
cube.
He's been out there.
He is
He's
a
lived a
streetwise
life.
cube.
He's like, no, man, no, not today.
Now, when you shove that healing potion down XR's throat, we need to roll for some healing there, and we need to get him back. Go ahead and get him back up immediately as soon as you do that.
That's
So
done.
go ahead
I
and roll
rolled 1s, so I have 4 hit points.
your 4 hit points. Okay, I'm going to move you behind Anvil. Take this off, and we got you 4 hit points. So you are back up. So it is now your turn next, actually, XR.
Okay, XR is
And I
going to
will
use
take that out of inventory.
half his movement to stand up, shake it off. He's going to give thanks to everyone that helped him. And I guess he is going to switch to attacking at range since he's down to 4 hit points. So he's going to target the cube with Sacred Flame. Cube needs to make a 13 dexterity save or take 4 radiant damage.
He rolls
It
a
better not be
13.
dexterous.
This cube's a ninja.
Yeah,
Like I don't know what's going on with the damn cube, but it's got all the skills.
Cube's
I'm not
ridiculous,
gonna.
bro.
Yeah, I usually don't do this, but I got to show you. I'm gonna show everybody. I want you to look what his dex and his wisdom are, and tell me how is this ooze doing this? It's not. It's just not right. It's not.
No stats here.
Not for
Yeah, I can't
something that
find them.
fills the entire space.
Y'all can
I don't
hover over
understand
the.
how it can really avoid.
It doesn't
You
make
can-
any sense.
You can hover over the rolls to see the
No.
calculation.
Well, we'll go to Vicar next.
All right. So what Vicar does, he pops in between the two walls,
Get him, Vic.
lands right here in front of Anvil, and then I'm gonna use my rapier.
Okay, now let me tell you, there's something cool that rogues do. It's called. You have the sneak attack, right?
I do.
You have so you get sneak attack because you've got the enemy of your enemy is within 5 feet. So enemy of your enemy. So Panjed's next to the enemy, right? So that fills
Okay.
that. Plus, you also can attack with both of your weapons. The way that
That
works is you attack with your rapier, right?
Yes, sir.
And then and then you attack with your offhand. The difference is on your offhand. I put this in your character sheet. You'll have you'll have a short sword that says main hand or offhand. If it's main hand, you're adding your dexterity. But if you're using it as your offhand weapon, you don't add your dexterity bonus to it when you attack, but you still get you can still get damage
Yeah,
it. So you
I
want to
did do
attack with
that.
both weapons
Okay, then I'm
when
gonna
you can.
definitely do that. I'm definitely gonna do that. So, boop.
So rapier first. Check that out.
Nice.
All right.
Nice.
Nice.
Right. Roll the
Mhm.
rapier's damage.
Whoop-oo.
Okay. So 9 and 2 is
9.
11.
Mhm.
All right. Now you roll the short sword, but you only add sneak attack once per round. So if the short
Okay,
sword hits,
so
you're still going to add damage to it.
I'm gonna take off sneak attack, do offhand.
Ooh. Sorry.
Okay. So your second attack will miss on it because you're not going to
Yeah.
be using the sneak attack, but you still did 9 damage to it. So yeah, there you go.
Awesome.
So you still managed to hit it. So that's still pretty good. All right, Panjed, you are up.
All right, let's smack him. No one's down, right? Everybody's up.
Everybody's up.
All right.
Everybody's up.
Everybody was kung fu fighting.
I was thinking the same thing.
Man, I think we all were.
And then
Wow.
boom.
Damn.
7. There you go.
I like
Nice.
it.
So you slash through it with your battle axe. Do a pretty good hit there.
Yep.
Okay. So now we're going down to the gelatinous ooze. It cannot engulf both of you if it tried, so it's going to try to hit instead. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to roll the d4. Odds will hit Panjed. Evens
Oh,
is going to hit.
Sorry, Cole. Did it
Sure,
not move?
Can it move?
No, did it move? It hasn't moved since it it hasn't moved forward or
Bonfire's still
backwards.
going
Has it?
on.
Yeah, it's still got a bonfire on its ass.
Yeah. So it
So
should be burning.
Yeah, So when it ends its turn here, it's gonna have to take some burn damage.
Yep. Let's go ahead and make sure we do that. Just keep me on task there. I don't know why. Does anybody know why the symbols would not show up? I have not seen this before in Roll20. My symbols are not showing up when I click underneath the tab. That's so weird. It's working on none of my games.
No idea.
I have
That
no
is
idea.
weird.
No, I just have colors. I don't have any of the symbols either.
Yeah.
That's
all I-
weird. I want to check into that. But none of my games are doing that. That's weird.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll work with it. It's no big deal. So, all right. So he's going to try to hit. So odds will be Panjed. Even will be Vicar. So even is Vicar. And we're going to have here 3d6 damage.
If you can hit it.
17. So that's going to put you down and you're unconscious.
Oh,
Is that an automatic hit?
He rolled a, oh, sorry about that. Why didn't he not do that? Let's do that. 17 to hit.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be a hit.
yeah. I was gonna say I have a 13 armor class, so
Yep. So 17 hit. So he just basically slams into you like a truck. All right. Okay. So now we go to
Sorry, if it's the
Yuri.
end of it, so it's the end of the cube's
Hmm?
turn, so it's going to take those 1d8 damage that I was talking about.
1d8.
So
So
it
4,
takes 8 apparently.
8. All right. Got it.
Nice.
More fire damage. Okay, it is burning now. So we're going to go down to Anvil next.
Oh no, that's not my turn. That's just the end of its turn.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, I still actually get to do stuff here.
Yeah, you get to do stuff. You get to do awesome stuff.
What am I gonna do? That's the problem here. I can't create more bonfires.
Burn, baby, burn.
All right, I guess I will. I'll unleash my crossbow on it.
Okay, so you've got 2 guys here in front of you. So
Mhm.
that will be at disadvantage.
Duck.
Technically, he's got 3.
Yeah,
3.
I should be
but
on the ground.
Dwarf
though.
short.
Oh well, yeah.
You
Yeah,
are,
I
but
am
I'm
on the
short.
yeah, Anvil's up right here.
You can go over me head.
Is
I
it
meant to say
worth-
during my turn, I went
So
for
you-
the legs.
You can actually do that if you are a small character. You can
Ah.
actually stay in the same place as a medium character, but if you're a medium character and 2 medium characters can't stay in the same place unless one of them's like down.
You know
I'm
what? If
me-
it's gonna be a
medium.
disadvantage, then I'll just hang back. I'm burning the guy up. I'm doing my job here.
Yeah. Now, if you
So-
want to
so-
move, I tell you what, if you move closer, right, and Panjed moves to the,
And you can't move at this point. It's
I
okay.
mean, like, yeah, I mean, like, I'll allow it if they can hug the walls. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's,
So-
you know,
so,
I'm
like, if-
I'm honestly fine with it. Like there is a big crowd
Okay.
there, so
Make
I
a
can see your
hole.
point. So yeah, so Yuri's just basically gonna lean up against the wall and smoke his cigar and just watch this guy burn.
That's awesome.
That's
Okay.
kind of what it's.
Popcorn,
with
right?
Cocky
Yeah.
little bastard.
All right, cool. All right, so we'll go down to Anvil.
All right. 1 strength check coming up.
18. Holy crap.
2. And shit, I cannot remember a name here. There we go.
Vicar.
All right.
I got you.
Vicar. The vicar.
No vicar.
20, 25, 30. I will go there.
All right. So you pulled him. That is your turn. So Draenor.
All right, I'm gonna try me Toll the Dead again and see if I can get the right vibration. Good vibration.
I'll allow anything you want to do as long as the dwarves don't sink. Is that fair? Sorry.
Hey, okay, 13 to hit. He has to do another wisdom save.
10.
Oh, finally.
Okay.
Good. Thank God.
That's less than what.
So,
he
because-
should.
because he is already damaged, it's actually a larger dice than the D8. Let me double check it again, but I think I do a
It's
D12.
a D12.
So
Yeah.
let me just roll a D4 on top of that for damage.
I'll just roll a d12.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. D12.
There you go.
There we go.
11. Nice.
Now we got the vibrations going. So what can you do with it?
Okay, so what happens? It starts to jiggle, right, and expand and move like uncontrollably spasming and reacting to the vibration. And you see several chunks of it like melt off of the thing when it does that.
Nice.
So now we go to XR.
Okay, XR is going to hit it with a Sacred Flame. So he needs to make a DC 13 Dexterity save, else take 6 damage.
He will take that 6 damage.
Radiant. And then as a bonus action, XR is going to cast Healing Word on Vicar. So Vicar heals 5.
Very much
All right.
appreciated.
Back up.
Just in
I'm
time for
gonna
your
take-
turn.
I know, right?
Yeah. Thank you, XR. And that's why you keep a cleric in your group at all times.
Oh, dude,
It's why you
Cleric.
pull him out of the gelatinous cube.
Cleric,
honestly.
paladin.
That's right.
All right. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to jump over Anvil again. Lay myself right here. I should be able to do a sneak attack, correct? Again?
Yes.
Okay, so do my rapier. And then
You get
damage.
those rolls.
Take that off.
13.
And do
You
my
smack it.
Nice.
That should be it.
All right.
I think
so
that's the most damage
13.
from one individual so far.
20, right? That's this 14, 6. Yeah. So you
13, yeah,
smack
20.
it several times and knock several more pieces of it off. You're going out to Panjad freaking
I'd advise
Cabradon.
you.
I'll
I'd
move back.
advise you move back after
should be
your
able to.
attack. Yep.
So, yeah, I won't do that. Or
Mm.
should I just go ahead and stay there since it already did
Well,
go past?
you can't if you so you can't
him do what he wants to do.
disengage it. You don't have that action. So if you move, that will provoke an attack of opportunity on
Okay.
it here.
Oh,
But you'll get an
that's
ability
true.
at
You're
level 2.
Yep, that's
Yeah,
right.
level 2 you get it. So
Yeah,
then you can
I'll
just
be able to
disengage.
disengage. Yeah, so I gotta just wait till level 2. Okay, well, it is what it is.
Yep. Okay, you can end it all. Yep, 17 4 slashing damage.
Let's get it.
Woo!
Let's get it. All
4
right.
damage.
4 damage with a big old hit. All right. Now it goes to the cube. Here we go.
Damn.
Gonna try to hit Panjad Frank Cabradon.
Finally.
It takes fire damage, though, right?
Oh yeah.
No,
Let's
it takes fire damage
the
at the end of its turn.
end of
At the
turn.
end of
Yeah,
the action economy.
10 damage to Panjad Frank Cabradon.
Did it
With a
hit?
slam. Oh yeah, gosh, why did I do that? Y'all gonna think
Yeah,
I'm way off my game tonight, and
Let's see
you'd
if you
be
hit. Yeah.
you'd be right. Oh, 24.
Oh,
Holy
no.
What?
Oh,
No.
You should have
gonna
just
hurt.
taken the damage.
Panjad said, "Uh-oh."
Should have just taken.
My man got
that's
fucked.
20 damage, man.
Oh no,
Yeah,
y'all.
no.
His phallic symbol got me.
Yeah.
Holy.
Actually, usually what we do is we just
So
we
I'm
double
down.
the damage dice. Yeah, so it's 28 damage total.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah.
Oh,
No,
I'm not gonna
You're
leave
right.
it spelled out right
Yeah.
first game, so don't worry. So
You
you are
get this one.
down.
Oh shit.
I think it's
All right.
down just about everybody so far. 3 of us,
Oh
anyways.
shit.
Now, he's a pretty hard guy. Yeah.
Golly, bro.
Yuri, it is up to you
okay.
to
So
save
before
the day.
Let's take
yeah,
the fire.
before
the
we
fire
start,
Fire
he
damage.
takes the
Fire
fire
damage, yeah.
damage. Yep.
Yeah,
let's
roll the
get
fire
that going.
damage because this could do it.
Get her done.
Make it crispy.
Oh my God! 4 damage. 4 damage. Guess how many hit points he had?
5.
4.
Nice.
Oh
Yeah.
Ah, good
Four, okay.
job.
So
Yeah.
Yuri,
Good
who's been leaning
job.
against the wall for most of the combat, just stubs out the rest of his cigar against the wall and gets back out. He's like, "All right, we're done.
My job's done.
Yeah,
my
let's
job-
move on." And is everyone okay? Who's down? Oh, you're down. Okay.
I have I should have that potion from earlier.
I'll use some magic on you.
Okay.
I'll
Okay.
use my second spell slot, cast
I'm
Healing
up.
Word, so take 7 more.
You have 7 health now. Get up.
Yay, I'm full.
And,
Get up. Just get up.
XR will say,
Shake it off.
this unit has exhausted all of its spell casting. we may wish to consider.
I don't
covering.
I don't suppose there's anything of value in this puddle of ooze.
There was a body.
There was a
Would
body.
you like to look at the body?
Yeah, let's look at the body.
Please, let's do it.
All right. All right. Who took the biggest hit there? Was it XR or Panjed? Panjed
Panjed.
28?
And just
Yeah, it was
Panjet.
Panjet. No argument there. That's a critical hit.
28.
Who would like to search the body?
Panchid just rolled for it, so
He's rolling
No.
for it.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't find
Panjed,
nothing.
you are at the front of the line, so we're just gonna let you do it.
All right.
So there's a dissolved body of ooze, or there's a dissolved body, completely dissolved body inside the ooze, and you find inside that there is another healing potion,
hey,
Cool.
a scroll of burning hands.
Ooh.
Okay.
Then I'm going to roll for some money. Okay, we have 2d20 worth of copper pieces. That's 22 copper. We have 14 silver pieces. And we have 6 gold pieces.
Nice.
Cool. You can throw that in the
How's
pot.
Yeah.
How's
just
everybody-
thought-
how's everybody feeling so far? Everybody still good?
Yep.
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 fine.
Here-
May need to
Everybody
pop
still-
to the bathroom right quick, but yeah.
Yeah, I was going to go pee. I just want to make sure we can keep going for a little while longer. I still have the energy. I just need to go pee real quick.
Right.
Sure.
Yep. Bio break.
Give me like 2 seconds for a pee break, and we'll keep going.
I'm
All right,
going to
I'll
go
be
get
right back.
another drink, so I will be right back.
Ooh, yes, another drink sounds lovely. Let's do that.
Just nothing hard for me, because otherwise I'll be useless later.
Fair enough. I plan on being useless later anyways, so hard it is.
I mean, true.
I could have told you.
All right. Okay, everybody here? We good? Maybe not.
All right.
Sweet.
Let's get her done.
I think still waiting on some folks.
Sneak. Okay, so now I'm starting to understand the whole thing of sneak attack, how to use it properly. Because
Yep.
the description, I just wasn't understanding it, but putting into action, it makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, because a lot of things can give you advantage on the attack.
Mm-hmm.
Or if you've got an ally or just an enemy of your target. So if your target is the ooze, even if it's a different another thing that's your enemy, as long as there's an enemy
Okay.
of your target there, then you still get that sneak attack. But you only get it once per round. So like
Yeah.
after everybody's
Yeah.
turns go, you can do it again.
Okay.
Once per turn. But
I do
that's why
I
I
do
was
want
trying-
to
I was trying to get in its face so that you would be able to have your sneak attack, but it
which
kind of
I'm very appreciative of that. I do
Oozes
want
are
to
nasty.
ask. I do want to ask Cole. Did we, when we made made my character, did we add bow and arrows, or did we just switch it out for a short sword? Is that what it was?
Yeah, you've got daggers, short sword, rapier. That way you can throw the daggers, but that way also you can use the two-handed stuff.
All right.
But you might still find weapons. I mean,
might-
that's yeah. So that's
Uh,
not that's not something to even worry about. I mean, you'll
Okay.
find stuff.
I mean, yeah, I thought so. I really thought I had bow and arrow for some reason, but daggers work just about the same. But I'll do it once the game starts. I'm gonna make sure to pick up my dagger this time.
Question. Since that thing was dealing acid damage, is my javelin recoverable?
It is not.
Okay.
Oh, so that also means my dagger also is not recoverable.
Yeah.
That
Am
is
I,
Does anyone-
am I naked?
Yep. Anyone who hit it with a weapon should probably know that your weapon is somewhat damaged. They're not destroyed.
Okay, so
Got
I
it.
can fix that.
Mm-hmm.
I can-
Yeah. Is
So
everybody back?
who here? I'm curious. I think half of us use an axe for a weapon. Is that what I'm seeing?
Great axe or a great club?
We've
Yes.
got, and yeah. All right.
Yuri's only using an
that's
axe for
cool.
now. The plan is by third level, Yuri will be using something different. I mean, I'm
Well, we
hoping
could
a
be the-
giant
the-
hammer.
We're a band of the axe, but yes, I'm just.
Yeah.
I was just curious. It seems interesting. We all started with the axe.
I wasn't given much choice. I only have simple weapons, so mine's not even a
Yeah,
good axe.
Right.
Mine's like
Simple weapons.
yeah, like I'm using a hatchet at this point.
One
So yeah,
message.
yeah. The goal for Yuri is to get a big hammer and possibly a sickle eventually.
So my wizard and my wizard and artificers are like serial killer magic users. Like, so you got hatchets.
It's more
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
if you can imagine, Yuri is very blue collar in his mentality, and it's the tool for the job. Right?
That
If you
makes
want-
sense.
If you
Makes
want
a
to
lot
deal
of
with a body, a hatchet makes a perfect weapon.
That's true. That is true. Is everybody back? We got XR back here. We got Dave.
Yeah, I'm back. Or,
Yep, I'm here too.
Cool, sweet. All right, we'll keep going then.
All right.
We can play, maybe do
I
another
would
30, 45 minutes.
That's
if
fine.
if I may ask the group if it'd be okay to preserve the scroll of burning hands until I've had a chance to copy it into my spell book.
Sounds
yeah,
good.
I'll go ahead and hand that to you. I have no need for that.
Thank you.
So I'll tell you, you've got a door here,
What?
a door here, a door here, a door here,
And
a door
back
here, and a
Good
door
Lord.
right here,
Jesus.
Is there one on the far end too?
Yeah, I was about to ask that.
and a double door here.
Oh man.
I
so
think we should all pick a door and then open them all at once. What could go wrong?
Everything.
All right, let's do it.
Do
We're not
our
playing again.
hands? Do our hands go
Ooh,
through it again?
Yeah, let's. I want to see that
Great.
too.
Which door are you to?
Would the company entertain
Uh,
taking a brief
the
rest?
one.
Oh, Yuri. Dave.
Mhm.
Go ahead and say that one more time. I think you broke up, bud. You okay, Dave? Can you
XR?
say again?
XR. Repeat.
Yeah.
Repeat.
Okay. One more time.
Your
Query.
vocal device is malfunctioning.
My device is malfunctioning. Checking once, checking twice.
Okay, you're good.
Sounds good.
No good? Am good. Okay. Out of character. How about a short rest? I think 3 of us are below our maximum hit points, and we could burn some hit dice.
That's not a bad
I'm
idea.
fine with a short rest.
Where would you
I'm
like to
fine with
take
that.
said short rest?
Possibly back in the last room.
Let's let's
Let's
return to the larger
It,
chamber.
it was less trappy and scary.
The one
Let's
downside is that
do.
there is no door.
That's all right.
I look-
Sorry, go guys.
I looked over right and I thought we were all dead because of these skeletons. I forgot they were dead. I was like, oh shit, there's skeletons we gotta kill now.
Yeah, the game has auto spawn. After 10 minutes, they just all show up again. Great.
Oh fuck. It's Skyrim all over again.
Yeah. Ugh. I used to hate that with Borderlands.
Oh shit, you right?
Yeah.
So we're taking a short rest, I guess, or we're taking it in shifts.
Yeah,
I'm
you
Well, it's
can.
gonna be a short rest could be just an hour.
Yep, I usually say short
Mhm.
rest is like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Let's do it.
I played
Take a break.
hardcore some with people sometimes. Sorry.
Yeah,
They're
you
like,
can
"Oh, it's
attempt.
4
You can
hours."
attempt to take a rest at. You can attempt to take a rest at any point. If the rest is interrupted by enemies that attack you during the rest, if you're in an unsafe spot, then the rest is interrupted and doesn't work.
I hate that phrasing. I have always hated your phrasing of that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck you, Cole.
Yeah, but it makes you. It also makes you pay attention to the rooms that you're in. So
Cole,
yes.
So the two
shut up.
healing potions that we have. The 2 healing potions. Vicar, you still have one, and now the other one, is that in the possession of
Panjed.
Penjet?
And good, yeah.
Okay.
And
Does
honestly,
someone need it?
how many?
Not
I
right
have,
now. I just want to know who has it.
Cool.
we can.
Yep, we have the 2.
We
So
can
I have
get
I
one,
have lay
but
on hands, and I don't need to have a potion on me per se.
I was about to say. I
So
was
are
gonna
you
add
saying
mine
that
to
Pan?
one
I'll
pile.
hold.
Are you saying Panjit's gonna go in the
I'll
corner and lay
hold it.
hands?
No, what I'm saying is I don't need a potion to raise someone up if they're down. I can just pump you with 1 HP. And you're gonna get 1 if I'm gonna raise you up
Just
for right
one.
now. I can do it 5 times. I got
Yeah.
HP of pull of 5.
Don't
It's
be
fun.
stingy with your health points.
It's fun. No, it's fun with barbarians. They basically rise up, come out of consciousness, whack them, die again, rise up.
You're not wrong.
That's hilarious.
All you need is 1.
All right. So Cole, are we successful in our short rest? Do we need to roll anything?
You are successful in your short rest.
Holy-
So for your healing, you will use up to the number of hit dice that you have to re-heal for a short rest.
So 1d. So we just. So would I roll a 1d8 or just get 8 hit points back?
So you roll 1d8 and you
You-
go up to the maximum hit points.
Okay, so. So it looks like I got 7.
So if your maximum hit points is 8 and you have 1 hit point, you go up to 8.
Cool. What was it? 4, 7, 11.
Is there a way to track hit points on our tokens?
Yeah.
Yeah, you see that if you
Yep.
click your token, you have a little
Green.
red. Yeah, I usually just use the green
Okay.
for the hit points. And you can also put if you put your AC in the blue one, that helps tremendously because it's just like you roll, you see what's going on. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I'll change that then. And let's see here. Currently, that's at that.
C13, cool.
This unit is unable to provide any additional healing until the next dawn.
Oof. Well, let's be as careful as possible then. Can I walk up to one of the side doors and see if they have the same illusional effect as the first door did?
Sure. There's one there, right here, and there's
Okay.
one right here. So you can walk up to either of those.
I'm gonna stay by. I'm gonna go to one by XR just in case anything would like to pop out for some apparent reason. And
Okay.
then, do I need to make perception roller?
Well, you can try to make a perception roll if you want to, or investigation if you want to check specifically the door for traps, or if you want to just try to see if it's an illusion. You can just swipe your hand to see if it goes through the door.
Okay, well, first let's do this. I do want to check and see if this door is trapped.
Okay. So you will roll an investigation. So you examine the door, the cracks, the doorknobs, everything to the top, the bottom, and the tiles in the bottom in front of the door, and you see nothing that can indicate that there are traps here.
Okay. And then might as well just swipe the door, see if it's real or an illusion, just like the first
Your hand passes right through the door.
one.
It is
Okay.
an illusion.
Hey, Stokes. Sorry,
Yo.
Matt. Cool.
All right. So come back, tell everybody this door is also an illusion as the first.
Can I use my javelin to test the door to the north?
Yeah, you're kind of just poke through it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna move your character like right there.
Yep.
Okay, so you take your javelin.
I was trying to do
And
it
it
to the
has-
side as much as possible.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, that's what you're saying. Okay, I got you. So you're trying to kind of look around the corner, try to poke it from the side.
Yep.
Your javelin also passes through this door.
Okay. Hey, y'all. Watch this.
So, watch this, guys.
You
So
poke it right through the door over and over and over.
look at it.
Whoa, my javelin disappeared.
Y'all wanna try going up or down?
We
arm wrestle.
can.
Perhaps north.
So
And don't forget,
Okay.
we do have that hallway.
yeah. So we can check out this room. Okay.
Nah, hallway back.
Go back.
Nope.
I ain't dealing with that shit.
No, thank you. Let's just go
Alright.
this way. Yes.
Do we want to go ahead and check out this door while we're at it?
Sure.
Yep.
Yep. Nope. Fuck that.
Ah,
Fuck that.
jeez, this is the worst hallway. That looks like it's suspended above something. I can fall.
It
Mm-mm.
looks like an abattoir. Yeah, let's not go
Wait.
in there yet.
We
Nope.
ain't gonna worry about that shit today. Let's go.
Maybe when we're level 3. Okay, so there's doors all around.
Yep.
All right.
He said
Should-
here, here.
There, there. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 doors on the ends of the on the sides, and there's a double door at the end.
All right.
I will help someone with investigation checks because I have low. I'll give you the tip about using the javelin. Psst.
All right. I want to
That
check.
was such a terrible joke. Oh my god.
I think I want to check. And I want to check and see if these doors are trapped. I know I checked the hallway. The trap should be gone by now. I want to see if the doors are also trapped. Since I
Sorry,
did
just
not
just
do
for
that.
clarification's sake, did all the traps in the hallway get cleared?
They did. Yeah, he found the
All
mechanism
right, a
that connected
master
them all
thing, and that's
together.
what released
Yeah.
the cube that caused all. Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
All right.
So I want to go back through check the doors this time.
That was a good idea too, because I was going to tie a rock on the rope. Give it the old Indiana Jones
Mhm. Yeah, we should have kept that rusty dagger in the rope. Would have come in right handy then.
I swear.
God. All right, so you were checking these doors for traps, much as you've done before. Once again, you don't find any traps on these doors.
Oh no.
And then swipe my hand, see if they're real.
That passes through.
Okay. Fuck.
Too cheap to
Here.
afford real doors? Okay.
Welcome to your room at the Marriott Inn and Suites.
They must have gotten a
Alright.
package deal. Tell you what, I'll do all the doors in your dungeon illusion for free. No questions, okay?
Okay.
It's good curb appeal.
Yeah, exactly. Ooh.
Right.
Okay. What do we have here? Is there?
Are we missing somebody? There is. Okay, here we go. All right, so you enter this room. Part of this room is a dais. So what you see on this side, and on top of that dais is an altar, and there are 2 stands on either side that are actually holding lit candles. All right, what'd you like to do?
Is this the dais at the very back of the?
Yes, the
Or is it
dais
in the
has like
center?
the dais is at the end, right? And there's a big
Yep.
altar
Okay.
there, and there's a smaller altar in the center of the room. That's very tiny. It's only like a few inches above the ground.
What are these?
Okay. And are those like, yeah, are those
That's where the candles
candle
are.
holders or?
Yeah.
These are candles on either side, like where you can
Yep.
kneel,
That's what.
right, and pray.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And
Yep.
you can roll an investigation roll to learn a little bit more about the room.
I can help someone with that if someone wants to roll investigation. I can give them advantage.
I'll roll.
I was about to say,
I'll
I
roll
can't
with
do.
advantage.
Okay.
This is going to go badly, but sure. Yep, it went badly.
Yay.
Hey Cole,
Yeah. Well, so as
What's a-
Duran rolls a. Sorry, go ahead.
what's a dais? I rolled a 1 on my intelligence. Real human.
A dais, or dais as it's sometimes called, is an elevated platform of some type.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Okay,
So
so you're
16
looking.
investigation. I got.
Yeah. So you're rolling with so you're rolling at normal. So when you're just rolling a normal roll, whatever the left number is a normal roll. If you're rolling it,
Thought someone told me they were doing it with us. They were assisting.
oh, they
Yes.
are okay.
Yeah, I
if
was.
they're doing
Yeah,
that,
with
that's fine.
investigation. Yeah, I can give it.
Yeah. It's okay if you don't roll crits and stuff on the skill rolls, because I never do critical critical
you
successes
just-
on skills. You just learn more or less. So yeah. All right, so this is plenty. So what you'll notice there is in this room is that there are various tools that point to sacrifices that are made to connect to something.
Oh,
So you can roll an arcane check to see if you can figure out a little more.
I can
And
give an
wanna-
advantage to that if someone wants to roll it.
Hey, not me.
I will
was gonna
roll it
see-
with advantage.
I was going to see if there were traps. Also, again, can never be too sure.
19.
Okay,
With
so you guys are great. So you and XR discussed this a little bit, and you come to the conclusion that whatever
and
kind of
Yuri.
sacrifices are being. Oh, sorry, Yuri. I am so sorry. Yuri Yuri and
It's the first game. You'll get used to it.
Yeah, I get used to it. I don't keep up with my students either, and I've got 150 of them.
That guy,
this-
you there.
Yeah, this is going to be on YouTube. They'll hear me say this, I'm sure, so then I'll be fired next week. Oh wait, tenure. No, but okay. So Yuri assists Dran,
Draenor.
and you two you kind of talk it over a little bit, and you come to the conclusion that some kind of this sacrificial chamber wasn't to some kind of a god. These are ritualistic types of um, sacrifices, or ritualistic types of tools that would be focused on some type of spell, and it must connect to something else, but the only thing you can determine then from there is that it's not summoning, but it certainly connects. It's the kind of sacrificial chamber and sacrificial tools that might be used in a ritual casting to connect to other planes of existence.
So sorry, Cole. Just as an interesting bit of color, Yuri would hold just as an interesting side bit of color. Yuri would hold this conversation with Draenor in Dwarvish, because I speak that, and it would be like I would have no accent in Dwarvish. It'd be perfectly flawless Dwarvish, unlike my common.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Also, I actually know Dwarvish myself.
So you'd be able to listen in.
Our nose too.
Boop.
We
But
also
you have to- but
Wow,
you
everyone
don't
knows
have to,
Dwarvish. Okay, so it's
everybody
nothing
does?
special.
Okay.
Fine.
Cool.
It's fine. Everyone's Dwarvish.
You know what's funny is that no one else has to say anything, so your two characters might talk in Dwarvish without knowing anyone else knows Dwarvish.
Yeah.
Everybody else is kind of understanding.
We're just
actually
like looking
saying
at each other. It was like, why, what's going on here?
Well, I would think the reason that Yuri would switch to Dwarvish is because if we're dealing with tools and arcana, like that's more his artificer training, and since he was trained by dwarves, he would be speaking
fair.
Dwarvish to convey it.
That's fair.
I agree, Yuri. And I knew I liked you for a reason. So
is this gonna be
would
like the
this be-
Seinfeld episode? Have you seen the Seinfeld episode where the guy
Sure.
walks into the nail salon and he knows what everyone is saying
Oh,
and he
yeah.
makes fun
Oh,
of them?
right,
That's
yeah.
what I feel like. You
Yeah.
guys
yeah,
are standing
yeah,
around, you're all
yeah.
listening to the conversation, you're all understanding, and but you don't know they're understanding.
Nice.
But here's the thing: I don't speak Dwarven, I'm just going to nod along like I do understand.
Oh,
Deception checks.
There you go.
Hmm. So could it be for a binding of elementals into the stones like we were told of before we started in here?
It certainly
What do you
does seem to
think
be a
here?
possibility, yes. Definitely some dark magic involved, but it's
Is there
yeah,
any
no,
sign of
sorry.
the symbol that we're looking for?
You look around the room and do
Indeed.
not see that symbol
Is this
anywhere.
any useful tools left behind?
Many of them are old and jagged, but and they're old ritualistic tools. It turns out that one thing you find out is that even though they're probably still unusable, you can tell something else by examining these tools. They're so old that this place is much older than maybe you first thought when you came here. It must be like ancient.
I was so close to throwing in a how old are
Is
they?
Mhm. Several centuries.
They're so old. Sorry, go ahead.
can I see if
Mm.
there are any traps again? I'm gonna do this for every fucking room.
Sure, you can go ahead and if there's you can do perception for the whole room, right? And then if you see anything specific, then you could investigate it.
All right, so perception, and then if anything else.
Whoa,
Golly!
jeez. It's like
You don't see
echolocation. He now knows the entire map.
Dude, that'll be awesome.
insane. You so you examined the room, looking around, and you do see some holes like and debris around the edges of the walls, but no traps.
Then let's investigate those holes a little bit more closely.
Sure, there's some here and there's some over here.
Take
Yeah.
guidance on your investigation.
Okay, so 9 plus. Oh, here.
Don't forget the javelin. Help action.
Let's see. So, how much do I add to that with
1d4.
guidance? 1d4. Okay, cool.
roll a d4.
So 11.
11. It looks like it's not natural rubble that's fallen from the walls. Something had to have damaged it in some way.
Okay. So I turn back. This room's not what we expect it to be.
So does
Oh,
my
right, yeah.
would my stone cunning determine if that potentially was, it wasn't initially part of the building, but something had attempted to chip away at a later time? Is
Sure, you
that
can. If you want to, yeah, you could tell that this is not something that was man-made, but something that's not
okay?
natural either. Would you
Okay.
everybody roll me a perception check, except XR because yours is high enough. But I
Oh,
want to see if anybody else notices.
so I got 19.
Perception, you said?
Perception.
Yeah, perception.
No.
Yuri knows nothing.
Mm-mm. All right.
Woo!
Wow.
20.
Crit.
All right, here it comes.
Oh.
Dexterity save 7 is going to be
No.
an advantage 4. So, all right. So everybody's going to see it coming.
Giant rats.
Giant rats come out of the holes.
All right.
Squeaky, squeaky.
Giant
All right, we're going to roll for initiative.
stinking rat.
Initiative. Don't forget to select your character.
Clicky.
Thank you. I forgot again.
I'll take that.
11. All right.
Woo!
Hey,
What the hell?
Someone's got to hate on for rats. Why did it have to be rats?
Oh, I do. Let's see here. Grab that. Help on the right one. Panjet hates him a lot, doesn't he? Good lord.
I think
All right,
hate them
Panjet.
I think I hate them slightly less than he does.
Apparently so. Guys and the rats. All right, Panjet, you're up, bud.
Crunch.
All right, can I move there?
Yeah, you can move there.
Solid. Hey, wait, is that in front of an orifice of anything? We didn't see these guys come out of anything. Is it a free action to go from shield to two-handed, or is that a turn?
So basically, the way I do that is you drop the shield and then you just grab the axe. So your shield hits the floor. Yeah.
Gotcha.
But if you if your weapon is sheathed, you can actually draw it as part of your attack.
10 for it. Cool. I'm just going to keep it one-handed with the shield up. I was just curious.
Okay. Good lord. All right, so you cleave it in half.
Hey.
Damn, son.
Bam.
Nice.
All right, rat 1 is down.
Let's get our powerhouses to take them out.
Anvil.
Already moved. Clicky. Yeah, that hits.
Could I move up one just to get next to that rat?
As part of you still have enough movement if you want to do that.
All right, I'm just going to do that. Try to take a hit.
All right, 6
Okay.
damage to the first one, to mine.
Okay, you come down with your axe and chop its little tail off.
So he is
All
still
right.
alive then.
He is still alive, but he is bleeding profusely. Yuri.
Yuri moves 5, 10, 15 feet, putting himself between two rats.
Oh, God.
Got a badass.
And
Dude,
then all I'm
speaks with
going
Russian
to
accent.
all I'm going to do is I'm going to hit one of them with booming blade,
Oh,
which is this.
rude.
Good
Jesus.
Rude, man.
So I'm going to make a melee attack with it against one creature with suffers weapons. Yes. So I'm going to hit him with my hand axe. Well, I'm going to hopefully hit him with my hand axe. I'll hit the one who doesn't have a tail. It's weirding me out, so I want to end that.
One on the right.
Okay. Or at least I'm going to try to. 7 is probably a no.
Oh, you swing down and you hit the floor itself with a
So
crunch.
you hear Yuri say, "Bozovoy," and then that's all I can do.
I love it. Draenor.
I'll move. Yep, I'll move up, and since we've all kind of decided it's time
Rat
to hit
whacking
things
day.
with axes, I'll swing. I'll swing with mine. Oh, again, another 7 to hit. Damn.
Oh,
All
I missed
right.
that one.
Swinging down, and you too try and hit the rat. Also manage to hit the floor with your axe and chip off a little bit of that stone. Vicar.
Come on, you took the cube out, Vicar.
Let's try it. So I'll do a ninja flip over Anvil.
Huzzah!
Now, if you put it right here, you can hit one with one hand and one with the other.
You know what? I would like to do that.
This is your first. Just trying to help you out. It's your first game.
Yep.
Okay. So I'm by Draenor now. So I'm going to do rapier on the left, short sword to the right.
Suggestion.
What's that? What's that?
Hit the one on the right with your main hand.
Okay.
Yes.
The one
Then
on the
let's-
left has already been
That's
hit.
the more.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, I see what y'all talking about. All right. So
Yeah.
right main hand, left side offhand.
Bingo.
Rapier.
Oh,
All right. Wow.
That
Dead.
one's dead. That one's like just
That one
about.
is that thing is so far beyond dead it's not even funny.
It's just out of
Yep,
existence by
it's
now.
a rat kebab.
I don't even know how to
Like
explain
straight.
how that's gonna. A rapier just. I mean,
And then-
you just slice a Zorro thing in the thing, and it just completely cuts him up.
Eviscerates it. Yep.
I do those little anime slashes. deteriorate
Yeah,
the
we'll go with
body. All right, and then offhand, 14.
All right.
Okay,
So then you
flesh
come out
potion.
on the other hand. So Yuri, you got a guy flinging a blade on one side, then the other side of you. And you see one rat go down, and then you hit with the other rat. You hit the other rat, and you slash it right through the head, and he goes down as well.
And I'm looking at Yuri this whole time, just eye contact.
Nice.
Whack, whack.
Stone cold. All right.
Stone cold, nothing.
There's respect there. Yeah, I got that.
All right. Hey Yuri, while
Yeah.
you're standing up there, as you kind of glance around at the rats and they're dead, you notice that there's a couple of things on that altar back there that could be useful to you.
Ooh, fantastic.
There's an old dust-covered potion of healing,
Mhm.
and then there is a little tiny bag that's also with a tie on the top.
Okay. Yuri will grab both. I'm handing them off to, is it Draenor that is keeping track of inventory?
Draenor, yes, I'll
Okay.
hold a healing potion.
So the healing potion, yes, and then Yuri is going to examine bag.
Okay, do you have an identify spell by chance?
I actually can ritually cast identify.
Nice. And you don't
so
have to use
Don't
any
you
of your
need to
candles.
have a pearl? Don't you have to have a pearl worth 100 gold pieces to use identify?
No, I need. Oh, you're right. Yes, a pearl worth at least 100 gold pieces. That's true. So yes, I don't know how you're playing on consumables like that.
Let's say that magic
Well,
items
once you
you have
have
to
it,
identify.
it isn't.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, it isn't consumed in the spell.
Right.
It's just part of the materials that
the
you have
necessary
to have.
materials,
And I
yeah.
didn't know if we would start out with something like that or not.
So Cole, what's
You
your
know,
ruling? Do we get like a pouch of our like standard spells, or
yeah, I think let's go with if it's just like a regular consumable, then you can try to identify it with like an arcane check or something. If it's a like a magic item, like something you have to attune to or something, that maybe you'll have to try to figure out or use the identify spell. And if you attune to it, then you'll know what it
Okay.
is.
sorry, I'm a little.
This is a sorry. Go
Sorry,
ahead.
go ahead. Well, no, it's just so I'm a little confused about what you're saying there. So, I mean, and I'm not saying that we have to go this way. What I do when I DM is like if it's something like this, like a basic spell, I don't really worry about it too much. But it's when it starts talking about like the 500 gold pieces and the
Yeah.
specific items, that's when I start them needing to. Usually, I'll sell them a component pouch.
Hmm.
At
Yeah,
the
that's what I
beginning.
do. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm,
yeah,
yeah. That's fine. This is if it's like a basic consumable thing, then
Like it's a level 1 spell. Yeah, like it's not a.
yeah, it's not a big deal. So like this is
Let's
like
be
a regular
too.
consumable. Yeah, so you would know it. You could actually look at this and examine it and know what it is.
Right.
Yeah. So this is a bag of it's dust of dryness.
So dry. All right. Yeah, so I will pass that on as well to Draenor to keep hold. I mean, I have no need for. I mean, like it's not something that's in Yuri's. It's not something Yuri would use, so I'm just gonna throw it at the dwarf.
I'll
So,
hold it.
real quick, I just so the round of combat was 6 seconds, and that was the only one round of combat, right?
Yep.
Mhm.
I know I keep bringing this up, but to me, it's still so freaking funny that within the round of someone having a coughing fit, these things showed up, we killed them, and then we're like, "Oh, what's this? Okay, you take it."
Yeah.
And it's like,
Sure how it
it's
went.
like I've forgotten my wallet in my house, and it's taking longer to go get it than this.
We are at this point semi-professional looters. Eventually, we'll be able to loot while we're killing.
It's like
Hey, honestly, we kill
drop-
loot, yo.
They might as well
Oh,
hold on
gosh.
to our swords.
It might as well.
Sorry. All right.
All right. Okay.
Let's see.
That's all
I
you
do-
find of interest in this room.
Sorry, actually, I am unclear about this, Dave. What is ritual casting? Take me an hour?
10 minutes.
10
plus
minutes.
the
Okay.
casting time of the spell.
Yeah, so everyone can wait 10 minutes while I cast this. So, okay, so what you're going to see then is with this bag, sorry, I should actually explain this part. For the next 10 minutes, this little metallic blue dragon comes out onto my hand, and it and I are staring at this bag, and you see this little blue dragon, it's like kind of like got its hand under its chin, and it's looking at it, and it's like sniffing it, and it just sort of helps me cast the spell. And so, yeah, so after 10 minutes, I identify it, and I don't need it, so I'm going to hand it to Draenor.
Sure. I mean, I've been clear in my explanation too. So, like the more uncommon or common like items that are just consumables, then you can figure out what they are without having to cast the spell. If
Oh,
it's
okay.
something like some kind of like a really like it's a like a like a permanent magic item, then you might have to do something to identify it, or try to figure out what it does by attuning to it. If that makes
Right,
sense.
fair enough.
Like, what's this
Yeah.
potion can be done
So was he
simply, but
able
what's
to-
this sword?
Yeah. So it looks
Was
like
he able to determine how many uses are in it? Like it comes with 1d6 plus 4. Do we know how many, you know,
Great
pinches
question.
of this dust of dryness? Yeah.
Let's
Is
roll
that
for it.
determined with his? Okay.
So 6. So it's 2 plus 4 pinches of dust.
4 pinches of dust of dryness.
Well, it's 6 total. So it's 2 plus 4. So it's 1d6 plus
6.
4. Yeah, so
There you
6
go.
total. Yeah.
Yep.
By the way,
total.
were there anything of specialty on the rats' bodies?
No, they're just
Okay.
dead, mutilated rats.
And then
I-
what about where the candles are located? Are there anything special
No,
there?
but you could collect any candles that are not burning.
Yeah.
What do they
So
smell
there
like?
are
Are there any that
5.
smell like vanilla and like lodenberry? Because that's relaxing.
No, honestly, they're probably all infused with that same burnt chocolate smell from the
Oh.
ooze.
I don't know. You know what? We'll just leave that there for the room. I don't think anybody
But,
wants to smell that, do you?
but
No.
clerics and priests sometimes use candles, so you could grab some if you needed them.
We have a cleric, don't we? Who was
Mhm.
it?
Yep.
And a paladin.
And a
We do.
paladin.
Would y'all
He
like to carry the
he
candles?
makes a good point. Grab the candles. Try
Okay,
and
well,
avoid
let's-
either use them first or shove them at the very bottom of your backpack so you never have to touch them unless it's absolutely necessary.
all right.
I like
then
to, I like
we'll-
to use them when I'm watching Gossip Girl.
It just makes me happy that XR and I do not have to breathe. We don't have to smell that shit.
Oh, that's fair. So I'll just give them to is it Draenor who's
Oh,
carrying
nice. We're
everything?
just gonna dump it all on Draenor.
I'll take
There we
them.
go.
I'll take the
Wait,
candles.
wait,
I don't
I,
give a shit.
I
Carry
promise
it
you.
all.
I promise you. As
I'm
soon
too
as I
small to
can, I'll
carry
craft
them
a bag of holding, and then we'll just dump it all in there.
Bags of
Okay.
holding can hold armies of undead.
It can
Nice.
also be used to torture a
How
dwarf.
many candles?
Really?
Oh yeah, because it's got 10 minutes of air in there. So the secret is you put the dwarf in
yeah.
there for 9 minutes and like 58 seconds, and then pull him out.
Yeah.
That's fucked. That's fucked.
That's funny.
That's messed up.
That's a lot. That's
It's-
funny.
It's
Really
also
funny.
a good way to get a dwarf across town if you need to. I'm just saying.
I mean, it's a fair explanation right there to me.
And bags
Enhanced
of
interrogation.
bags of devouring
How many
you can use to murder
Yeah,
somebody
yeah,
without
yeah.
evidence.
Yes.
We need to get one of those. No, I'm just kidding.
How many candles did you grab? How many candles did you grab?
All five. All the candles that were not burning in that room. So it should be 5, correct, Cole?
5
Yep,
candles.
5.
Okay, so
Okay.
I learned yesterday that H.H. Holmes used to clean the bodies clean until they got to skeletons. Then he would sell the skeletons to medical schools to hide the bodies that he had,
That's
killed.
fucked up.
Yeah, that's good times.
I mean, it's smart but fucked up, like you
Did
said.
he
Yeah.
use, did he use the
He-
beetles that people use?
Burke and Hare did the same thing back in the day of body
It's messed up. And what's even crazier is that he was making in today's money $6,000 per skeleton by doing that and hiding the bodies pretty brilliantly. So he's also making money off of it.
How many skeletons did he go through?
That's a great question. We don't know.
He had a murder house, so
Yeah. Okay. That probably millions then.
Okay, so that's everything you find in this room. Where would you like to go next?
Let's head on out, I guess.
Um,
Unless is there?
I
actually,
don't wish to be a bummer or anything. I just wanted to get an idea how late we wanted to go tonight.
Usually I try to run at least 3 hours, and depending on how everybody feels,
Yep.
we could go longer, or we could.
So
It's up to you
so
guys.
we're at what, 4 hours right now? We've
Yeah.
done 6:30 to 10:30.
That seems reasonable.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm happy. I mean, again, I'm happy to keep going, but I'm also happy to. If the group needs to call it, we call it whenever the group needs to, right?
Agreed.
I'm ready to roll. I'm good. I'm
Well,
having. I might have work tomorrow, so it's
I
up
was
to
about to say, I have work tomorrow, but I can go a little bit longer.
What does that kid say in Talladega Nights? I'm jacked up on Mountain Dew and something. I'm ready to go.
I don't
I've
know,
been
but I
looking
have
forward to this for
I don't know that quote, but I have my own personal one. I exist on caffeine and spite. Let's
Nice.
go.
well,
I
I've
like
been
that a lot
looking
more.
forward to running this thing for 3 months. So yeah, that's why I was like, hey, we could go ahead and start early. Let's do this. So
I haven't
yeah,
had it myself.
we may have time for a little bit more. Yeah, if you guys want to keep going a little bit longer, I'm good with that.
Sure.
I think just a little bit longer, yeah.
Yeah, depending
Okay.
on where you go.
Yeah. Yeah, there's always that. Can't exactly end in the middle of combat.
ship them all jacked up on Mountain Dew.
That's it. Yes. Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's when he's confronting the old man. Yeah.
Yep.
I'll come at you like a spider monkey.
Oh my god, it's awesome. I'm gonna put that.
Sorry.
Oh, I was just putting that ooze away.
Yeah, I was gonna recommend. So I could do it in character. Out of character, Yuri would probably recommend we go and check one of the doors in that corridor because the other two places seemed a little too spooky.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
seemed a little bit.
Yeah.
If we need to look around the corner, I got a mirror mounted on a handle, so
I have a javelin if you need to mount it to another extender.
hey, we can do
And a
that.
50-foot rope.
Alright.
Nice.
Gosh.
So do we want to pop over to where I'm at, see what's going on here?
Just across the hallway. Sure.
Yeah. Let's see.
All right.
Passing through that door, much like you
Oh,
have
shit.
others, you see a room, or actually a hallway, a very long hallway that moves down and then to the west. There are 3 statues flanking each side of this hall, and they are these weird monstrosities with giant tongues that lash outward and down to the floor. They seem to be
Alright.
carved from the same stone of the rest of the complex.
Oh, this is
All right.
interesting.
So let's.
And how many shades of gray?
If we wanted to identify what these statues are of, what would be the role? Nature
Um,
or
you,
arcana?
yeah, this is ancient religion.
Oh,
Mm,
that's even
I-
worse.
I will cast guidance on myself and give it a try.
I'm
You
just
touch
gonna
yourself and give it
yeah.
a try.
I just
Got
love the
it.
idea of him giving himself a pep talk. All right, man, you can do this.
God,
Woo!
no.
Anvil cannot
Yeah.
do this. Anvil's like,
All
what?
right.
Okay. I'm better looking than that.
Let me go ahead and do an
I'm
investigation
better
right
than the
quick.
cleric at religion. I did better
Damn,
than the
bro.
cleric at religion.
Damn.
It happens.
Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and investigate right quick. We gotta make sure no traps are around. This
I
is good.
have no idea what they are of.
No, but
Yeah.
XR has a
Yeah.
clue. So XR, these you realize that you are pretty knowledgeable of strange outsider type things, and whatever these are, they are certainly some kind of outsider. But they are outsiders unlike anything that you have ever seen before, which in some way makes you shiver if you ever could shiver.
These are replicas
So,
of some
Cole, I
form.
got a
Go ahead.
19
Go.
on
Hold on.
religion as well. Do they look
Oh,
like Delkir?
at like what?
Like the Delkir? Like, from another plane, the creatures from Zoriat?
So I would say, yeah, I was actually just about to get to that with with Exar. They look like some kind of Delkir, but maybe
Yeah.
something maybe none of you are familiar with. They fit that sort of aberrational Delkir type outsider. Outsider. I don't want to say design, but the characteristics. And XR, you were about to say something there. I think you got cut off there.
I was
Mhm.
just gonna share what was
Yeah.
said in character. No need to repeat it.
Gotcha.
And then I rolled investigation just to see if there are any traps in this area.
So So perception in the area and investigation on particular things. So roll me
Let's
perception.
do, yeah, let me do perception. I meant to do that one actually. Oop. So I got 8 perception.
All right. The hallway looks completely clean of anything that could possibly be a trap. You don't see any kind of tiles or anything misplaced or anything on the walls.
Okay.
Can we tell that that's a door down at the end?
Yes, you can tell there is a door right there. And then the hallway cuts off
Yep,
to
and I would say, based on our experience from the first chamber that had stairs leading down to a hallway that might lead over to that section we observed. I don't know if there's any reason to explore that at this point.
Should I try going up, use my mirror, and see what's around the corner?
Go for it.
Sure, why not? If things go
All
to hell in a handbasket, we deal with it and we move on.
right. So
Or
I'm
you
gonna,
die and we leave your corpse here to be scavenged by whatever the hell each corpse is down here.
I,
I don't
I
know.
mean, to one their own. All right, I'm gonna carefully go through here. All right. Okay.
Okay, you can look
Okay.
down the hallway and you do see that there's a sarcophagus down here at the end. Otherwise, the insets of the that you see in the hallway are all empty. With the same roll, you still don't see any kind of traps or anything that might be out of place per se for a trap. Anyway,
Okay.
it just seems like hallway moves down. You do see some light though. This looks like coming up down here from somewhere.
Okay. So down to the left. So I'm gonna, Warforge coming up. I'm gonna tell him, hey, I do see a light down there at the end of the hallway. But everything else through that hallway, I do not see any enemies. I'm not even talking to character, but you get, uh, but anything else, I do not see.
Okay. So do you continue down the hall or go back in the hallway and explore any of the last few doors?
Exar is going to try to stick his hand through the door.
So you go to touch this door, and it is solid.
Okay.
Hmm.
I will join XR.
I will post at this corner. Oh, that's
All right. XR, do you want to try and go through this door, or what's our plan of action?
Reply affirmative. And I try to open the door.
oh
When you
boy.
go to try to open the door, it does not move.
All right. Let me. So I'll come back.
Is it a wooden door? Is it wooden?
It is made of stone. It looks just like all the other doors, but it is solid.
All right. Can I see what? Oh, well, let me. I want to see if there's like anything exactly locking it in place, or if it's just because it is stone.
You try to move it. There are no hinges that seem to be on
Okay.
this door.
Okay. Hmm.
Does anyone want to try to investigate the door for a button?
I can.
This unit can assist and take some guidance while you're at it.
All right.
So
So,
advantage and guidance. If there's a button, we should find it.
all right. Yeah. Advantage, investigation, and then 1d4.
So a 20 overall.
20.
You examine everything around the door, the foot of the door, the top of the door. There are no buttons, switches, or anything in this location that might open this door.
Can one of y'all that knows about stone and stone history take a look at it and see what we have here?
I will.
I
would
clap
be
twice
happy
just in
to.
case.
So should I do a investigation as well?
It's so obvious you don't even have to investigate. This
Fair
door
enough.
has no this
Okay.
door has no carving marks on it. It's like it's a solid door, but not a real door.
So it's just a decoration.
You got a real fake door here.
When
You're
you say
not
door,
sure.
not
You're
a
actually
door.
not sure. Yeah, you're not sure.
Who's-
Perhaps though you'll find something else somewhere else that could open this door. However, later on.
The
Does anyone
legendary
know how
Oh.
tomb
to
of fake doors.
Does
Okay.
anyone know how to say friend in Elvish?
I was about to say I know Elvish. I can let you know.
So we have enough time to either explore to the right, or I think go back to the hallway and explore a couple other doors there. Up to you guys, and then we can call it around 12.
Ranor, is that light natural?
It is
I'd-
natural.
I'd say we
Okay.
keep
It
going down
doesn't-
this hallway.
Okay. Also, there's a sarcophagus down the way. Do we want to investigate that? See what's going on?
What could go wrong?
Are you
Yes.
checking for traps, Vicar?
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait for the trap people yarn first.
Just
I'm not the smartest, but I've seen this. We've done this a couple times now.
All right, I'm slowly making my way down.
Making my way down, walking back.
Okay.
Downtown.
All right, so up
Curry
here
is
around
very
the corner.
funny at singing that.
Here you find alcoves that look similar. That have 3 similar things, as you found down here too.
I
And
see.
so there are 4 sarcophagi.
I see 3 more sarcophagi right around the corner.
Where's the diversity? Let's get some sarcophagus girls.
All right, let's see.
All right,
Happy
let's
Friday, everybody.
investigate the first one by Vicar.
All right. Where should... Yeah, okay. Let's put Yuri.
All right, let's investigate this sarcophagus.
16 investigation on the first one for me that I'm standing next to.
Okay.
All right. So this looks like a normal, or I would say a normal, but it's a standard sarcophagus with a relief that's carved on the top of some type of a warrior. And you can see that the tooling marks or everything are there. So it is certainly inset and it is real. And with that roll, you can
Nothing
tell that
appears to have nothing's appeared to have tried to crawl in or out. There's no scratches. There's no slightly ajar lid.
no, nothing. It is still in place.
All right, I'm going to check this one beside me. Fuck.
It looks like a sarcophagus. Same relief. I
It
mean,
looks
the
like it.
obvious thing. Yes, it looks like a sarcophagus. The same relief, kind of relief that you saw that's on all 4. They all look relatively the same, with slightly differing carvings on
I
the
just
top.
look at it. I just look at it and scratch my head. Okay. All right. So are we gonna here?
There's
do
a
this.
hallway down this way.
Do we wish to look inside the tombs?
Let me see what's around this corner, and then we'll go up to that door.
XR said, "Do you want to look inside the sarcophagi?"
Sure, I'll try and open this one. Strength
They
check.
they easily slide open. Actually,
Oh,
inside there are just rotted bodies from many course years of sitting in here. They are no danger. They are not undead of any kind.
At this
nothing
point,
valuable either.
Yuri is making a slight gesture towards his god because this is a little uncomfortable for him. You know, tomb raiding is one thing, but grave robbing, it's a little low class.
Does anyone have medicine?
I do not.
Negative.
No.
No.
Okay. Would I be permitted to do a medicine check even though I'm not proficient?
Sure.
I just want to see if I can identify what kind of creature the bodies once were.
Sure.
Ooh.
That's actually a Dave, that's a really good use of medicine. Give yourself an inspiration point for that.
Oh,
So two of them are human. One of them looked like it might have been a half elf, and another one is full elf.
these are all creatures that reside in Corvair. They are not the same as the extraplanar creatures depicted in the statues.
And we've already opened up all of them, or we only just opened up one of them?
We did all four.
All four.
Okay.
All of them.
Okay, just make sure. All right,
Okay.
we'll come up here.
Exar's
with
going
that.
to
Noted.
try to put his hand through the door.
Let me see if this is going to be obvious or not. I'm going to roll. If it's under 10, over 10. Okay, yeah. Who opened the first one?
Me.
And then XR looked at him, right?
Yep.
Okay, both of you are going to find almost hidden in the grayness of the skeletons. You almost miss it, but
Okay.
you find. I'm going to put. I don't have a handout for this, so I'm going to make one to give to you. I'll do something a little bit different. Add. Yay. Terrible spelling. All right, so this is going to be.
Anthropology, not English. So
Yeah, tell me about it. I just taught that today, actually. Hologram down list. Okay, and I'm going to put this in everybody's journals, all players, and edit if we find anything. If you find anything different, cool. Okay, you guys got that?
Yep.
Cool. You will find in my games that I throw these little bitty hints about stuff here and there. Sometimes people get the connection, sometimes they don't, but there's all kind of stuff, that little things that you'll pick up on, some big, some small, and it's all connected. So
Would that, if I wanted to check to see if I knew what that symbol was, history?
history or religion?
Let's see how badly I.
And you will roll this at disadvantage.
Oh, sad day.
Yeah. The reason you're rolling at disadvantage, and Stokes, you can back me up because you played with me before. If I give away why you have to roll at disadvantage, it's going to reveal a
19.
major plot point. So that's
Yep.
why. Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah. A
But
major
sad
plot
day.
point.
Sad day on that first roll.
But
Would my character have recognized that from my past in the working in the clergy at all?
the only thing that I can give you guys as far as what you can gauge is that whatever kind of symbol this is, it is so old and obscure that you can't seem to guess what it is at this point.
Question: does this area here, does this look pre-war or?
Oh, this is very pre-war. Oh yeah, so this
Okay.
is way pre-last war. This is like the more some things you're finding, the more you're realizing this place is very old, and maybe even the people who were buried here or who were operating it were using it way after it had been built.
Okay.
So
Gotcha.
the complex predates whatever group was here, and even the group that was here hundreds of years ago,
Mhm.
as far as you can tell.
Like Forgotten Realm. Forgotten City. All right, let's keep going.
All right. Exile,
right.
would you like to check?
XR.
So Cole, how long Cole, how long would you
Mhm.
say we've been exploring so far?
I would say
time from the
probably
beginning.
say this one short rest. We'll probably say about 3 hours.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep, and I'd say you probably got in here as the sun was going down. So you're probably
Okay.
around, let's say 10, 11 o'clock at night.
Okay.
That 3
XR
hours
tries
checks
to
out.
put his
Yeah,
hand
no,
through
yeah.
this door.
XR wanted to. I know XR was wanting to try and see if his hand would phase through the door up there.
Yeah,
Okay,
sure.
so XR, when you look at this door, you notice now that you've all examined it. When you go to touch it, it is also solid and looks exactly like the other door. So you'll have to keep exploring to figure out how you can open these types of doors, but it's hard to tell. In fact, the illusionary doors don't really look a whole lot different than the others, with the exception of the tool marks. But there has to be a way to open it from somewhere.
Okay, I'd say I go around the corner.
I think this might be a good spot.
Or we
This
stop here.
might be a good spot to hold. Yep, this might be a good. I got like a couple minutes to midnight. I don't want to
Yeah.
start
Yeah,
something we
okay.
can't finish.
Yeah.
Nah,
That's
yeah, that's good.
Same here.
All right. Okay, so up to this point, you guys should have. Let's see here. We had two. We had the rats. We had the skeletons. We had the ooze. The rats are, I think, 25 each. Yep, 25 each, so 75. I'm just going to round that up to 100. So they also got skeletons, rats, 750 XP divided among 6 people. So that's 125 XP each so far.
So 125?
A little
So
under halfway.
Yeah.
About a third of the way to second.
Yep.
All right.
It's like a
That's
tontine.
way
The
up.
less there are, the more points we get. But
Forgot how to
we have to kill each other.
bring up my character sheet now.
You don't want to kill each other too soon, though. You got to time it just right.
Yeah.
You go to the journal and click on your player character.
Thank you, XR.
Okay, cool. All right. Well, gentlemen, then that will conclude our first session of our campaign.
Mhm.
Yep.
Thank
Yep.
you guys. Thank you, Cole.
Yep.
Thank you, Cole.
A lot of
and
fun.
everybody else.
Agreed.
So, time and date for the next one. Do you guys can we shoot for 2 weeks from now?
2 weeks from now works
Yep.
perfectly.
18th.
That was the deal.
18th. All right.
I
And do
can't
you
make
guys
that one because I got
18th.
the wedding rehearsal dinner.
wedding rehearsal? All right. Do you guys want to try to start at the same time, around 7:30 Eastern time, or does that time work all right?
Should be fine.
Cool. All right. Well, I will
think
set
so.
that up.
Yep.
I'll be ready to roll. And it's okay, Richard. We'll try not to let
Oh, yeah.
anybody die.
No problem.
I can't promise anything, but we'll try to we'll go ahead and run that game and go from there. So we've got 7:30 p.m. to 8:22. I usually jump on about 30 minutes early to make sure everything works. And hopefully Mitchell will get that video up for us. And that way, if you want to rewatch anything, you can. And then we've got our everything as far as like keeping up with our records. I think Draenor is our or our banker. So we should be good to go.
Anchor / Yep. All right. I got
Awesome.
it all under clips and highlights for what we have so far for cash and treasure. So we should be good.
Perfect.
Thanks
All
for
right.
doing that.
Yeah.
Cole,
All right.
can
It
I
was a
ask
lot
you
of. Sure. Absolutely.
So the one shot that you were going to offer tomorrow, you no longer are. Is that correct?
Right. I still don't have. I've got 4 people for it. That one is the the level 5 one, and usually if like for those, if people want to try out homebrews and stuff, I'm totally cool with that. But it's I plugged it in for the 26th. I just haven't had a whole lot of interest in it. And I know I've got one person that's like I got 4 people. I've got one person who has not really played a lot, and one person wants to try out like a homebrew. So I've just been kind of waiting, pushing it back. And I haven't gotten any interest in my module.
I'll have to take a look at the new date. To be honest, the reason I was keen to do it this weekend was because this campaign wasn't starting yet. So now that I campaign every 2 weeks, I'm not sure I'll be able to commit to the new date.
Yeah. The date on that is just a placeholder, and I
Yeah.
put priority on the campaign anyway. So if like I still don't get any interest in it, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to probably disable the thing on it, because right now I'm running a group we're doing a loose campaign with all of the modules from Yawning Portal.
Okay.
And then I've got this one, which this is a level 1 to 20 campaign. I mean, it's going to go all the way up. But this one and my other group, those take priority. So like if no one did the others, I'm just going to disable them. So yeah, don't worry about it. So we'll have this one.
Starting this one early. It was really fun tonight.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. This campaign, I've been working on this. I'm up, like I said, up to level 11. I've been working on it now for probably 3 months. And I've got
possibly a little bit longer than that, because I remember you discussing some aspects of it without referencing when you were going to run it. One of the last
ideas
times
and things.
one of the last times I was actually able to play in the in-person campaign.
Yeah, that was a while back. So I mean,
that was a hot minute.
Yeah, that was a while back. So I guess I've been thinking about it for a while.
Incidentally, when is the next time that one's supposed to meet? Do you know?
I don't know yet. My mother-in-law's coming in. Amanda said she wouldn't care if we played, so I'm going to try to shoot for a Saturday within the next month. But people keep getting COVID. We got it, then Amanda Rosa got it, then we got it again, then Ethan and Hannah got it.
Okay,
and Ross had it Benning.
If we can keep it on this same like 2-week rotation,
yeah,
that'd be perfect, because this weekend and every other weekend after is going to be my weekends off unless work decides to change schedules again.
Yeah, we're going to focus on every other weekend for it.
Okay. But yeah, I mean, if we can do the 19th.
Oh wait, the 19th, is it the 19th or 18th?
18th. No, not this game, but the in-person game.
Oh yeah. We can. Yeah, I can talk to everybody and go from there. We'll check.
Yeah. If it can maintain like the every other weekend status starting this weekend, that'd be great, because again, that falls, and I don't care. I don't care about playing Friday night and then Saturday night. I don't care.
Yeah.
But if we can maintain that same every 2 weeks, perfect. Shut up.
Nah. Meet every 15th.
I'm gonna punch you the next time I see you. I swear.
Yeah, that's fine. And Dave, if you ever want to jump in there or anything, I know a couple times you got cut off. I didn't want you to feel like you got cut off, in game or anything. Just make sure you let me know, and I'll get you in there, because I don't want you to feel like anybody cut you off and you get a chance to talk. So don't feel bad about letting me know and jumping in. Okay. Did he go away? What did he do?
I don't know.
Yeah, we're a group of 7 people, including 8 who's watching. So these things happen. I don't like having the video on, but one thing is you can tell when someone's trying to talk. So.
Yeah.
I prefer not. So sometimes we just have to be patient and wait our turn. No problem.
Yeah.
I didn't. I didn't even think about this, but I didn't even have I don't even know if I had my video on tonight. And we don't have to put our video on if no one wants to put it on. I don't bother by that. So, because I actually don't have. I'm casting off of a laptop onto a large TV screen for mine, so it's kind of hard for me to have a video, because it's people will be looking at the side, like me from an angle, which might look really funky.
Yeah, I'm just hella ugly, so I'd rather not have video. But here we are.
I don't even have video.
For everybody.
Yeah, I don't even have a camera Plus, I'm running dual monitors, so yeah.
That's what I need is dual monitors and a computer.
Uh,
But I don't really game on a computer anymore, so I don't need anything super expensive. But it usually works fine with the laptop. So I mean, no one has to have video. I usually put it on there in case they want to. I'm pretty open to compromise and stuff, so it's all good.
I
This
find the curse of dual monitors though is that so I started off with dual monitors. Now I have 3 monitors, and I'm